and see the young graduate who has an agribusiness idea but needs land clarity, extension support, an off-taker who can buy at scale. None of them is asking for pity. They're asking for systems, a road, a hatchery, a soil test, a cold room, a field mill. This is what investment means to them. Investment means the day their labor finally becomes wealth. Now, allow me to highlight 4 investment frontiers that have the potential to reshape agriculture in the Niger Delta. Number 1 is fisheries, aquaculture, and the blue economy. The Niger Delta's extensive rivers, creeks, and coastline give it a natural advantage that few regions can match. Demand for fish continues to grow, yet local production still falls short. This presents opportunities across the entire value chain, from hatcheries and feed production to commercial aquaculture, cold chain infrastructure, processing, and distribution. This is not simply an investment in food production. It is an investment in an industry with significant room for growth. Every fish imported into Nigeria is a reminder that someone else is capturing value that could be created here. Number 2 is crop production and value addition. The future of agriculture lies in producing more raw commodities. The future of agriculture lies not in producing more raw commodities, but in producing more value. The Niger Delta has the capacity to become a major center for crop production and agro-processing. Cassava, oil palm, cocoa, rice, plantain, and other strategic crops can support thriving industries that manufacture food products, industrial inputs, and export commodities. These greatest returns will come from processing, packaging, and accessing higher value markets. And number 3 is livestock and agribusiness services. Livestock presents another significant frontier. Beyond production itself are opportunities in breeding, feed manufacturing, animal health, veterinary services, processing, and distribution. Each segment strengthens the next, creating an integrated value chain capable of supporting profitable enterprises while improving national food security. And then number 4 is agricultural infrastructure. Every successful agricultural economy is built on infrastructure, and investors do not build billion-naira businesses on weak foundations. Roads matter, power matters, irrigation matters, storage matters. Infrastructure is not the supporting cast of agriculture. It is actually the stage on which agriculture succeeds. That is precisely why this summit matters. Taken together, these are not isolated opportunities. They represent a diversified investment landscape with multiple entry points for private capital. The evidence is clear. The natural resources exist. The market is growing. The value chains are expanding. The partnerships are strengthening, and Niger Delta is ready to compete. A direct invitation to investors. The investment case has been made. The decision now belongs to those with the vision to seize it. To Nigerian businesses, I say this: the Niger Delta is ready for greater investment. Expand your operations, build processing facilities, invest in logistics, support commercial agriculture, create businesses that add value from farm to market. To international investors, I extend a clear invitation. The Niger Delta offers access to one of Africa's largest consumer markets, a strategic location for regional trade and diverse opportunities across agricultural value chains. Bring your technology, bring your expertise, bring patent capital. Together, we can build globally competitive agribusinesses that deliver strong commercial returns while strengthening food security and economic growth. And to our development finance institutions, commercial banks, and investment partners, continue to work with us to unlock financing for commercially viable agricultural enterprises. Join us to prepare stronger projects, deepen access to capital, and accelerate private sector participation. The opportunities are here. The demand is real. The market is growing. History rarely announces moments of opportunity. It rewards those with the foresight to recognize them and the courage to act. 10 years from now, what should be said of this day? Let it be said that at Aso Rock, Niger Delta agriculture moved from speeches to investments. Let it be said that the woman who smoked fish with tears in her eyes now owns certified processing equipment and sells into formal markets. Let it be said that the youth who once waited for an empowerment list now runs a mechanization service, a feed mill, or a processing enterprise. Let it be said that the states that once exported raw produce now export processed, traceable, quality food. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Niger Delta has never lacked potential. What it has lacked is investment at the scale required to unlock that potential. Today, we have presented a different story, a story of opportunity, a story of enterprise, a story of value, a story of partnership. The investment case is clear. The fundamentals are strong. The opportunities are bankable. The time to act is now. Let history record that this summit was not where we merely spoke about transforming agriculture in the Niger Delta. Let it record that this was where government, investors, and the private sector chose to build that future together. The Niger Delta powered Nigeria's economy yesterday. Through agriculture, it can help secure Nigeria's prosperity tomorrow. Thank you, and may God bless the Niger Delta Development Commission and the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Please, another round of applause for Dr. Winifred Madume. Thank you so much. The message is simple. The Niger Delta has powered Nigeria's economy for decades. Today, it is poised to power Nigeria's food security. Brilliant introduction of this event. Thank you so much once again, Madam. Indeed, the future of the Niger Delta is not only in the oil wells, but also in the farms, rivers, forests, and fisheries. At this point, I'd like to make a few more recognitions, and before we make some progress to the next item on the agenda, we have joining us for this event. It's an honor, I must say, to have the Oba of Benin, His Royal Majesty, Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolokolo, Oba Ewa II, ably represented by Chief Oseni Elama, the Okaivore of Benin, and Chief Barrister B.A. Ogbebo, the Osagwobaro of Benin. Please, a round of applause for them. Indeed, the ancient city of Benin is one place you must visit in Nigeria, no matter where you are from. As we say, in Benin, great things happen. And I would want to say this. If you know the response, kindly respond. Obagatope. Fantastic. Thank you so much, the Oba of Benin, for joining us through your representatives. We also have other important guests present here. We have the Minister Counselor of the Embassy of the People's Republic of China, Zuora Hiukai, PhD. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much for joining us for the conversation. Also present here with us this morning is Mohammed Ibrahim, Executive Secretary and CEO of the National Agricultural Development Fund, represented by the Head of Investment, Olalekan Alabi. Thank you for joining us. Also present is a Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Livestock Development, representing the Minister of Livestock Development, Dr. Mrs. Chinyere Akujobi. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you so much, madam, for joining us. Also present is Mr. Mohammed Sanusi Danjuma, FCNA, Permanent Secretary, Special Duties, Federal Ministry of Finance, representing the Honorable Minister of Finance, Taiwo Oyedele. Please, a round of applause for all our representatives that are here, representing the ministers that are supposed to be joining us for this conversation. It's also important that I mention that we have some governors being represented here, and I would like to recognize the representative of the governor of Edo State, Senator Mande Okwevelu, ably represented by the Commissioner for Agriculture, Edo State, Dr. Jerry Uwangwe. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Also present is a representative of the governor of Ondo State. His Excellency Lucky Ayedatiwa is ably represented by the Commissioner for Agriculture and Forestry, Honorable Engineer Leye Akinola. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir, for being in the room. I would also quickly mention that we have with us Alabo Honorable Boma Iyaye, Executive Director, Finance and Administration at the NDDC. Please, a thunderous applause for him. Thank you for joining us here. And of course, the Executive Director, Projects at the NDDC, Sir Victor Antai, PhD. Thank you for being here. Also present is Otumba Honorable Ifedayo Abegunde, Executive Director, Corporate Services at the NDDC. I'd also like to recognize all our development partners that are here, captains of industry, representatives of development finance institutions who have gathered for this very important conversation this morning. You're all warmly welcome. Now time to make some progress. And of course, it's now time to hear from the governor of Akwa Ibom State, who is ably represented by his deputy. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for Senator Dr. Mrs. Akon Eyekeni as she comes forward. Please, that applause can be better. You know what they say, if you want something said, ask a man. But if you want something done, ask a woman. Please, another applause for her as she comes forward.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers here present, the Managing Director of NDDC, our brother, Chief Dr. Samuel Opoku, and all the management staff that are here with him, our royal fathers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everybody. I stand here today to represent a great man, a lover of the people, a man who is deeply concerned in developing the agricultural sector in Akwa Ibom State. I'm talking about His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom State, who had planned to be here with you today, but call to duty made him not to be physically present, and so he had asked me to come in here with the Commissioner for Agric and the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agric, Akwa Ibom State, because of the value and the concern he has for the development of this sector. He gave me a written down remark to present on his behalf. So I want to please request you allow me present the governor's remark. Permit me to thank officially the Office of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for the kind invitation extended to me to be a part of this great event. That's the governor speaking, and for also midwifing this summit with the NDDC. It is an eloquent testament to their commitment to actualize the renewed hope agenda of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Permit me to specially commend the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, for partnering with the Office of the Vice President to put together this great summit. Agriculture is a major plank of our rice agenda in Akwa Ibom State. As a matter of fact, the letter A in our governance blueprint, the Arise agenda, stands for agricultural revolution. We believe that food sufficiency and investment in agro-allied industries are strategic both for the well-being of our people and economic growth. I have been passionately dedicated to the revival of agricultural sector, which once had formed the mainstay of the economic prosperity of our dear state. It also bears repeating that my first appointment in the immediate past administration, before I became a member of the State Executive Council, and today as governor, was an executive director of Agric Investment. When I became governor, my first trip outside the state was to the Benin Republic to see firsthand what had made the Songhai farms in Port Novo such a roaring success. We saw a few things they did, and armed with our own vision, we commenced work on our Igbo model farm, a fully integrated farm with tourism assets. Today, it stands as a testament to the vision and drive for food sufficiency that we stand for. Since this is an investment summit, we will be happy to engage potential investors in this regard. We hope to replicate the model farm in all the 3 senatorial districts of Akwa Ibom State. Recently, we launched our tree-crop revolution with emphasis on the commercial development of our key economic crop, which is palm fruit. For decades before the discovery of crude oil, palm oil was our own black gold. The early educated elites from our state were products of community cooperatives that were funded through trading in palm oil. We have partnered with NIFO and are set to bring back our previously known position as the leading producer of palm oil and the value chain in the nation. We are targeting our rural dwellers, and we believe that this initiative will bring about generational wealth to our rural communities. Again, we are ready to partner with investors in this regard. We are, as the theme of this summit so eloquently states, ready to unlock investment for sustainable agricultural transformation in the Niger Delta. I therefore invite investors to partner with us in our drive to bring about agric revolution, not only in our state, but in the Niger Delta and indeed the nation. Finally, I believe this summit will help in harmonizing policies and bring strong synergy among stakeholders, including the federal and the state governments, the Niger Delta Development Commission, investors, farmers, and funders. Once again, I want to thank the Office of the Vice President of Nigeria and the Niger Delta Commission for the effort at rewriting the economic story of Niger Delta region through this summit. I wish you all a great and successful summit. Thank you.
That's the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State. Please, that applause should be better. Thank you very much, ma'am. Akwa Ibom, the land of promise. And like she said, investment follows vision, but it remains where there is peace, transparency, and partnership. Of course, in this whole initiative, we need all the partnership that we can get. And we have some partners that are here with us. I'll quickly make a few more recognitions before we announce the arrival of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We have joining us for the conversation the Managing Director and CEO of NDPHC, Engineer Jennifer Adigije. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you, ma'am, for being in the room. Also present is the Country Director, World Bank, Dr. Matthew Verghese, represented by Dr. Hadwick Charlie, Lead Agricultural Economist and Task Team Leader of the ACRO project. Thank you so much to the World Bank. We also have the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement, South-South, Honorable Gift Jombul, and Honorable Chioma Nweze, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement, Southeast. Thank you for being in the room and joining us for the conversation. Also present is the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Regional Development, Dr. Mrs. Mary Ogbe. Please, a round of applause for all our guests. And of course, I can see Maximo De Luca walking into the room, the representative from the EU. Please, a round of applause for him. These are all our partners in progress. Thank you for joining us for the conversation. Also present is Aliyu Abati Abdul Hamid MNI, Chairman and CEO of the Defense Agricultural Assets and Projects Development Company, DAPCO. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you, sir, for being here. And also present is Brigadier General J.B. Adams, the Executive Director at DAPCO. Please, let's celebrate the man in uniform. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Also present is the Honorable Minister of State, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Dr. Marcus Ogumbiyi. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you. Thank you for joining us for this very important conversation. As I mentioned, we will be joined by the Vice President shortly, but while he makes his way into the room, I'd like us to please put our hands together as we make welcome for a brief remark the Minister Counselor at the Embassy of the People's Republic of China, Mr. Zehu Hukai, PhD. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes forward for his brief remarks. Please come forward. Come forward. Please, let's celebrate him the Nigerian way. Thank you.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished organizer, esteemed inviter, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's an honor to stand here today at the Niger Delta Agricultural Development and Investment Summit 2026. on behalf of the Embassy of People's Republic of China in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I extended our warmest congratulations to the organizer for convening this vital event. We gathered at a defining moment for global development. The Niger Delta has long been recognized as an economic powerhouse. However, the summit signals a paradigm-shifting transformation. We are here to unlock the immense wealth that grows on the soil, nurtured by the resilient people and vast water networks of this region. Today, agriculture stands as the ultimate engine for economic diversification, job creation, and rural stability. On the 1st May of this year, China fully implemented its historical zero-tariff policy for all 53 African countries with which we share diplomatic relations. This groundbreaking unilateral initiative eliminates tariffs on imports into China, making us the first major global economy to grant such full coverage market access to Africa. For Nigeria, this policy opened an unprecedented gateway. High-quality Nigerian agricultural products and agro-processed goods can now enter the vast Chinese markets. Over 1 billion people completely duty-free. This is a structural invitation for global and local investors to build processing plants, upgrade local value chains, and export straight to China with a competitive edge. Furthermore, we believe that the trade access must be paired with technology to achieve true productivity. Just 10 days ago, China officially delivered Nigeria's very first complete set of full-cycle automated cassava mechanization equipment to the National Root Crops Research Institute. This specialized consignment, featuring automated planter and combined harvesters, automates the entire cassava cultivation cycle. This milestone under Africa Cassava Yield Doubling Initiative is designed to eliminate manual labor, lower production costs, and scale up farmer yields. Cassava is a stable lifeline for millions in Nigeria. This technological empowerment creates an immediate, lucrative launchpad for local farmers and growers who seek to export zero-tariff starch and industrial derivatives straightly to Chinese ports. True regional stability and peace are deeply rooted in economic inclusivity. When we invest in agribusiness, build cold chain logistics, and support local smallholder, we protect the social fabric of the region. China remains steadfastly committed to walking this path to Nigeria. We stand ready to facilitate advanced technology transfers, shared sustainable farming practices, and encourage responsible foreign investment that empower local communities. Let us use this summit to forge definitive actions and partnerships that transit from blueprint to thriving agriculture business field. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, China. Please, a round of applause for him. May we all please rise as we make welcome the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shatima, GCON. Please, may we all rise, everyone, and a round of applause, please, for the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, who joins us now for this very important conversation. Your Excellency, you are deeply and warmly welcome. Thank you so much for sparing your time to be here with us. We understand the weight of your schedule, and so being here is indeed an honor, and we do not take it for granted. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. May we all please remain standing as we take the national anthem. Thank you very much. Please take your seats, everyone. Your Excellency, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and special guest of honor, we welcome you once again, sir, for being here. We'd also like to recognize all representatives of the Niger Delta states governors that are here with us in the room. Representatives of ministers who are also here, we deeply appreciate you. We'd also like to recognize the Honorable Minister of Regional Development, Engineer Abubakar Momo, who is right here with us. Mr. Chiedu Ebie, Chairman, Governing Board, Niger Delta Development Commission. Dr. Samuel Ogbuku, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Niger Delta Development Commission. And of course, also present is the Executive Director of Finance and Administration, NDDC, as well as the Executive Director of Projects, NDDC, Senator Sir Victor Antai, PhD. Also the Executive Director of Corporate Services at the NDDC. Members of the National Assembly, members of the NDDC Governing Board, heads of diplomatic missions, development partners, traditional rulers, captains of industry, representatives of development finance institutions, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. You're all warmly welcome once again to this very important occasion at the banquet hall of the Presidential Villa. Today, history beckons us to look beyond the oil wealth for which the Niger Delta has long been known and embrace an even greater promise, one rooted in the richness of its soil, the resilience of its people, and the limitless opportunities within its agricultural value chain. On behalf of the Office of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Niger Delta Development Commission, it is my honor and privilege to once again welcome you to the Niger Delta Agricultural Development and Investment Summit 2026 with the theme, Unlocking Investment for Sustainable Agricultural Transformation in the Niger Delta. As you know, this summit is more than a gathering of policymakers, development partners, investors, captains of industry, and agricultural experts. It is a bold declaration that the future of the Niger Delta lies not only beneath the ground, but also above it, in our farms, our fisheries, our forests, our entrepreneurs, and our people. So as we continue this important engagement, may this conversation inspire innovation, may our partnerships produce lasting impact, and may the decisions reached here today help build a more prosperous, food secure, and economically vibrant Niger Delta for generations to come. My name is Henry John. I am a broadcast journalist with the Nigerian Television Authority, and I am delighted to serve as the Director of Ceremony today. Without wasting any more time, I'd like us to please put our hands together as we make welcome a visionary leader at the forefront of Nigeria's agricultural transformation. He's actually championing policies and partnerships that drive productivity, strengthen food security, and position agriculture as a catalyst for economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, please please put your hands together as we make welcome the Senior Special Assistant to the President, Dr. Kingsley Uzoma, as he comes forward for the introduction. That applause can be better, please, as he makes his way up the podium.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. We've actually spent a lot of time, so have to go straight to the introduction to let you know about the entire program, the entire package. This is my introductory remarks. Your Excellency, Vice President Kashim Shettima, Your Excellency, Vice President Kashim Shettima, GCON, His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Honorable Minister of Regional Development, Vice President of the African Development Bank, Permanent Secretaries of the Federal Ministry of Livestock, Federal Ministry of Agriculture, the Managing Director of the Niger Delta Development Commission, the Chairman of the Board of Directors of the Niger Delta Development Commission, the representative of the European Union Ambassador to Nigeria, the representative of the Ambassador of the People's Republic of China to Nigeria, the First Minister of the Embassy, our Royal Highnesses here, representatives of the Oba of Benin, the chairman of the Ondo State Council of Obas, the chairman of the River State Council of Traditional Rulers, the chairman of Abia State Council of Traditional Rulers, and all other traditional rulers ably represented here, including our own very distinguished traditional ruler, Asare Dokubo, who came here very early in the morning. My colleagues, presidential aides here present. I see community development team. I've seen all other presidential aides present. Honorable commissioners, representative of state governors, you are highly welcome. We appreciate your coming. On behalf of and all other distinguished guests, members of the press, on behalf of the Office of the Vice President, I welcome you to the formal proceedings of the Niger Delta Development, Agricultural Development and Investment Summit. A few moments ago, before the arrival of His Excellency Vice President Kashim Shettima, we toured the exhibition and engaged with organizations working across the agricultural ecosystem within the Niger Delta region. The exhibition is a reminder that transforming agriculture is not just the responsibility of government alone, it is our collective responsibility. At the core of this summit is about one thing: connecting Niger Delta's agricultural potential with investment, partnership, and institutions needed to unlock such investments. The region has the land, the waterways, both surface and underground water resources, the natural resources, the very fertile soils in rivers and all the states in the Niger Delta region, and the entrepreneurial spirit to become one of Nigeria's leading agricultural hub. The challenge has never been lack of opportunity. It's been creating a coordinated pathway that connects opportunities with capital and implementation. That is why the Office of the Vice President, working closely with Niger Delta Development Commission and the governors of the states of the Niger Delta region, mandate states, and our technical partners, development partners, multinational financial institutions, convene this summit is a practical response to the directive of Mr. President to expand non-oil investments, accelerate agricultural development, and position the Niger Delta as a major contributor of food security and economic growth, in addition to its contribution to our oil resources in the country. Today's program has been deliberately structured to move from vision to action. Our keynote addresses from distinguished speakers will set the direction for today's discussion. They will outline the federal government vision for food security, present a strategic case for investing in the Niger Delta region, and articulate the framework for mobilizing capital and accelerating agricultural transformation across the region. Building on that foundation, the plenary sections will focus on the practical questions that must be addressed if the vision for this summit is to succeed. Together, we'll examine how to unlock existing financing opportunities, attract new investments, develop pipeline of bankable agricultural projects within the region, and ensure that smallholder farmers, women, youths, and young people are active participants in the region's agricultural ecosystem. Our technical breakout sections will then provide an opportunity for more focused engagement across the key agricultural value chains, from fishery, marine economy, and the rest of them, forestry. These discussions are expected to generate practical recommendations that will strengthen project development, improve coordination, and shape future investment pipelines and priorities within the region. Finally, today's deliberation will culminate with the launch of the Niger Delta Agricultural Development and Investment Fund and the inauguration of the Niger Delta Agricultural Development and Investment Council. Together, these represent the financial and institutional platforms that will carry this initiative beyond this summit. It's not just an ordinary summit. They will be supported by the adoption of a communique that captures our shared commitments, the actions agreed today, and the roadmaps for implementation going forward. By the end of today, our goal is to live with more than ideas. We should live with stronger partnerships, clearer commitments, shared implementation pathways, and renewed confidence that the Niger Delta can become one of Nigeria's foremost destinations for agricultural investments. That is the task before us, and I'm confident, working together, it is one we can easily accomplish at the end of this summit. Thank you for coming, and thank you for listening. May God bless Nigeria.
Please, another round of applause for Dr. Kingsley Uzoma. One man that matches words with action. And of course, if you have been keeping pace with development in the agricultural space, that name, of course, is on everybody's lips. Once again, a round of applause for the Senior Special Assistant to the President for his introductory remarks. It's now time to make some progress. And you know what they say, when government, investors, development partners, and communities work together, development ceases to be an inspiration. It becomes an achievement. It is now my honor to introduce a man who gives vision and direction, because good leadership brings transformation. Please, a round of applause for the man with a vision, the transformative leader in the NDDC, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Niger Delta Development Commission, Dr. Samuel Ogbuku, PhD, as he makes his way to the podium for the welcome address. That applause can be better placed for him as he comes forward.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shatima GCON, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State, representing the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, representatives of other governors here present, the Honorable Minister of Regional Development, Engineer Abuja, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Regional Development, other permanent secretaries that are representing their various ministers, the chairman of the governing board of NDDC and other board members, executive directors of the NDDC, directors of the NDDC, traditional rulers, development partners, various stakeholders, please permit me to rest on a well-established protocol. I want to use this opportunity to thank Mr. President for giving us this direction and opportunity to change the narrative in the Niger Delta. All what is happening in the Niger Delta today is just the vision of Mr. President. Mr. President brought into a commission that was condemned, a commission that was seen to be a filthy rag, a commission that was considered to be a failed commission. With leadership, Mr. President was able to put a team together, gave directives to that team. With proper supervision, he was able to breathe life into the NDDC, and today the NDDC is alive again. And I believe most of us are here to honor this invitation because of the renewed commitment and trust you have for the Niger Delta Development Commission. Today, the Niger Delta Development Commission has carried out several projects across the length and breadth of the Niger Delta, that today there is that confidence from the people of the Niger Delta that the NDDC is serving the purpose of which it was established. Today, NDDC has carried out serious projects, like one of our iconic projects, the Kaataba Bridge, which is 1.2 kilometers long, which I would say in recent times will be one of the longest bridges outside the Eko, the Ikoyi, Lekki Link Bridge, and the second Niger Bridge, which the second Niger Bridge is about 1.6 kilometers, and the Lekki Ikoyi Link Bridge is about 1.35 kilometers. The Kaataba Bridge is 1.2 kilometers. That is part of the achievement of His Excellency, Mr. President, in the Niger Delta region, amongst many other projects that are going on across the region. This bridge is going to be completed by next month and will be ready for Mr. President to commission. I believe many persons never expected that such is possible under the Niger Delta Development Commission. But with vision, you can see reality. That is why in NDDC, we define a renewed hope as transmitting ideas and vision into reality. So this is idea and vision that is being transmitted into reality. Your Excellency, the Vice President, I want to say thank you for making this event coming to be a reality. You have worked very hard and mobilized various stakeholders to ensure that this event is a reality as directed by His Excellency, Mr. President. The Niger Delta region is a region that is very rich in oil and gas exploration. Before oil and gas exploration, the traditional economy of the Niger Delta was fishing and farming. That is to say, our people survived outside oil and gas. And even in the old eastern region, where part of Niger Delta was in the eastern region, some was in the Midwest region, those that were in the Midwest region were the richest in cocoa. Then those that were in the eastern region were the richest in palm oil. These produce were most of the cash crops that actually backed the economy of those regions as at then and Nigeria. But with the advent of crude oil exploration, it's like we went to sleep. But today, we're here with our shared vision and commitment to make history by putting together the Niger Delta Development, the Agri Development and Investment Summit, taking place today on the 15th of July 2026. I believe collectively we are all making history today. This summit is not just one of those talk shops where people just come, talk, and go. This summit is expected to produce results because Mr. President is committed to ensuring that at least the economy of the Niger Delta is diversified and the economy of Nigeria is diversified. That is why one of the major cardinal points of the Renewed Hope agenda is agriculture and food security. So today, in making that a reality, we are going to be launching, as one of the high points of this event, a $500 million Niger Delta Agricultural Development Investment Fund. And I believe most of the stakeholders that are going to be part of this fund are already in this room. That is why I will ask, or some other persons there might ask, why Abuja? Why not Niger Delta? But we have to bring this event to Abuja because we are looking for funds. Let us make it easy for the stakeholders, those who have the money, to attend and not for them to give us excuses. So for the fact that we are looking for this fund, we have to come to them. And when we get this fund is going to be commercially managed. It's going to be a commercially managed vehicle that will fund opportunities across the various value chain of agricultural investment and development. And we believe with this fund properly managed, it is going to change the landscape of the Niger Delta in terms of investment. Today, we are all witness to the fact that most of the IOCs are divesting from the Niger Delta. They are going deep offshore because they don't want communal responsibilities. While they are going deep offshore, let the agribusiness come into the region. And that is why we are bringing this summit here today, to invite the agribusiness into the Niger Delta. Most of the agribusinesses are also giant enough to compete with the IOCs. Today, Olam is also a very big, giant agribusiness that is doing very well in Nigeria. For such investments to come into the Niger Delta, it's also going to create job opportunities. It's also going to ensure that at least there's wealth creation for the people and there's going to be sustainable development. So with this vision that we're all committing today, we believe this summit is going to be a successful one. For the stakeholders, please, we want you to support this program and the process, because the summit today is not just going to be the end of what we are doing today. It's going to be the beginning of a new chapter in the Niger Delta. Because the fund, we believe, being a commercial investment fund, which is also going to be profitable to those who are going to donate to this fund and also invest in this fund. We believe it is going to be mutually beneficial to both the people of the Niger Delta and also the investors. Because the Niger Delta is a viable investment environment. Today, I can pride myself to say in Nigeria, the Niger Delta is the most secured part of Nigeria. And with that, we believe that is a license that is good enough to attract you to the region. So on this note, ladies and gentlemen, I officially welcome you to the Niger Delta Agricultural Development and Investment Summit. Let us participate with our mind open, contribute where necessary, ask questions, and for the stakeholders, investors, development partners, we need our commitment to change the narrative of the Niger Delta and to move Nigeria forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. MD and CEO, Niger Delta Development Commission, Chief Samuel Ogboko, PhD. Please another round of applause for him. The summary is the fertile lands of the Niger Delta are as valuable as the resources beneath them. One fuels industries and the other sustains humanity. And indeed, when the Niger Delta thrives, the nation flourishes. Thank you once again, the MD of the NDDC. It's now time to listen to our next speaker. And the next speaker is someone who is providing strategic leadership in advancing the mandate of the Niger Delta Development Commission and fostering a renewed vision for regional development. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a thunderous applause, let's make welcome the chairman of the NDDC Governing Board, Mr. Chiedu Ebie, Esquire.
Your Excellency, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State, and representatives of other governors, Honorable Minister, Regional Development, Permanent Secretaries, Your Majesties, our traditional rulers, development partners, farmers, agripreneurs, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. For as long as most of us can remember, the Niger Delta has answered to one name, and just one name, the home of oil and gas. But the region is never only what has made it famous, it is also what has been waiting patiently to be seen. Beneath our reputation for oil and gas lies fertile land, abundant water, and a young population hungry for purpose. This summit turns us finally towards the other Niger Delta. So what has held us back has not been a shortage of potential. Our soil has always been capable, our people have always been willing. What we lacked was structure, the right capital arriving through the right channels, matched to a real pipeline of bankable projects, and that is precisely what today's fund and council to be established seeks to provide. Permit me, on behalf of the Commission, to commend what is being built here today on 4 pillars. Number 1, a fund to back agriculture at every stage, from planting and rearing to processing, market-ready production, and across aquaculture, cassava, livestock, and beyond. Secondly, coordination with the public sector, multilateral agencies, private sector, and commercial partners already active in the region. And thirdly, discipline, as our 9 mandate states bring forward projects tested through feasibility and market validation. And finally, an institution, the Council itself, to hold all of this together under the leadership of His Excellency, the Vice President, with its Secretariat domiciled in the Commission. This is then more than an initiative we're pleased to witness. It strengthens the work our Commission already carries out daily in every community across the mandate states. And so we do not just welcome it, we stand ready to carry it with the terrain we know, the relationships we have built, and our conviction that agriculture in this region must become a serious business, one that attracts capital, feeds agro-processing, and opens its doors to our youths, our women, and our cooperatives, not as beneficiaries or charity, but as owners of opportunity. I would therefore like, on behalf of the Governing Board of NDDC, to join everyone in thanking the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and Vice President Kashim Shettima, whose leadership placed this summit on the national calendar. The governors of our 9 mandate states and every institution represented here today, whether you bring policy, capital, technical expertise, or discipline of implementation, alone, none of you will be enough. Together, you're exactly what this moment demands. The time has come for the Niger Delta to be known not only for what lies beneath it, but what grows on top of it. That is the future of this summit. That is the future this summit seeks to build, and the Niger Delta Development Commission is honored to build it with you. Together we can transform the Niger Delta, together we can feed the nation, together we can attract the world. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
I thought that applause would be better for the Chairman, Governing Board of the Niger Delta Development Commission. Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, agriculture is the bridge between natural abundance and shared prosperity. And every hectare cultivated is another step towards food security, employment, and economic stability, which we all need, not just in the Niger Delta, but of course in Nigeria as a whole. Thank you once again, the Chairman, Governing Board of the NDDC. It's now time to listen to our next speaker. You know what to say. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. And so it's important that we hear from this strategic leader. And you know, the transformation of our regions is fundamental to the transformation of our nation. It is now my singular honor and privilege to invite to the podium the Honorable Minister of Regional Development, Engineer Abubakar Momo, FNSC. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes forward for his goodwill message. Celebrate him some more. He's a proud son of Edo State, I must mention that. And as a proud daughter of Edo State, I should introduce him properly.
I'm from Edo State. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, the representative of the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State, you are hereby recognized. Also to be recognized are the representatives of the various state governments that are here present, and also representative of ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Let me also recognize my permanent secretary, Dr. Mrs. Mary Ogbe, and all other permanent secretaries that are here present. I can see a number of traditional rulers from Niger Delta. You all recognized, including my good friend, Alhaji Asari Dokubo, and especially recognize the representatives of the Omana Bane Do Uku Akpolokpolo, Eware II, the Oba of Benin Sacred Kingdom. Oba Atokwe, thank you very much. Let me also recognize the presence of development partners and all others that are here present. Today is a very special and unique occasion for us in the Niger Delta as we witness this very summit. And it is with great pleasure that I join distinguished stakeholders at this very landmark event of Niger Delta Agricultural Development and Investment Summit and the official launch of the Niger Agricultural Development and Investment Fund. Permit me to sincerely commend the Office of the Vice President under the leadership of His Excellency distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, and the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, for conceiving and organizing this important initiative. For us as a ministry, our role is supervision, coordination, and policy alignment. And because what we are witnessing here today is in line with the policy of the federal government, that's why the NDDC also came into it. And of course, it's being organized from the office of the Vice President. I also wish to acknowledge the invaluable contributions of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, our state governments, development partners, financial institutions, investors, traditional rulers, the private sector, and all stakeholders whose presence underscores our shared commitment to unlocking the vast agricultural potentials of the Niger Delta. This summit comes at a defining moment in our nation's economic trajectory. Under the visionary leadership of our Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the Renew Hope agenda has placed agriculture at the heart of Nigeria's economic transformation. It recognizes that sustainable prosperity lies not only beneath our soil in mineral resources, but also upon it, in the fertile land that has the capacity to feed our people, create jobs, generate exports, and strengthen our economy. Since the discovery of oil in Olobiri about 70 years ago, the Niger Delta has been the backbone of Nigeria's economy through its immense contribution to oil and gas sector. Today, however, we have the opportunity to redefine the economic narrative of the region. The Niger Delta possesses abundant arable land, rich waterways, favorable climatic conditions, and enormous potential in oil palm, cashew, cassava, rice, cocoa, fisheries, aquaculture, rubber, and several other high-value agricultural commodities. These cooperative advantages position the region to become a major contributor to Nigeria's food security and agro-industrial development. This summit is particularly significant because it comes at a time when the federal government, through the Ministry of Regional Development, has taken a historic step towards unveiling the National Regional Development Policy 2026 to 2030, the first comprehensive policy framework designed to guide coordinated and sustainable regional development across our country. Developed through extensive consultations with stakeholders across all 6 regions of all our 6 geopolitical zones, the policy, once it is approved by the Federal Executive Council, provides a common vision for unlocking the unique cooperative advantages of every region while promoting balanced national development. The National Regional Development Policy recognizes that every region has distinct economic strengths, and that development interventions must be tailored to those strengths. For the Niger Delta, our cooperative advantage extends beyond oil and gas. It lies equally in our vast agricultural resources, extensive inland waterways, fertile soils, fisheries, aquaculture, and agro-processing potential. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, agriculture today must not be viewed as a business rather than merely a livelihood. It is therefore significant that this summit is not only about discussing agriculture, it is about creating a credible investment ecosystem capable of attracting long-term capital into commercially viable agricultural enterprises. The launch of the Niger Delta Agricultural Development and Investments Fund represents a bold and innovative step in this direction. This fund should be able to transform agriculture from subsistence activity into a vibrant engine of inclusive economic growth by mobilizing public and private sector investment, de-risking viable agricultural ventures, and creating a pipeline of backable projects. As a ministry, we fully support this initiative because it aligns perfectly with our mandate of promoting balanced regional development and reducing economic disparities across our region. Working through the Niger Delta Development Commission and the other regional development commissions, we remain committed to providing the enabling environment that agriculture requires to thrive. Hitherto, as Ministry of Niger Delta Development, we have contributed in area of agriculture, agro-processing. We have trained thousands of young men and women in small-scale poultry, fisheries, and aquaculture, cropping and apiculture, beekeeping. I am proud to say that we have built and handed over different agro-processing factories in different states of the Niger Delta. These include integrated oil processing, cassava processing, rice mill in Abia State, fish feed mill in Warri Delta State, etc. Similarly, the ministry has supplied various agricultural machinery and equipment like tractors, mechanical tillers, tricycle, trucks, boats, fishing gears, smoke skills, and a number of others. We recognize that agricultural prosperity depends on more than fertile land. It requires quality infrastructure, efficient transportation networks, reliable power supply, irrigation system, rural roads, storage facilities, human capital development, and access to finance. Our ministry will continue to work with relevant ministries, departments, and agencies of government to strengthen these foundations and ensure that agricultural investment are sustainable and profitable. I wish to particularly emphasize the role of our young people and women in this transformation. The future of agriculture lies in innovation, mechanization, digital technology, climate-smart farming, and value addition. We must deliberately empower our youth and women with the skills, financing, and opportunities required to build globally competitive agri-businesses that create wealth and employment across the Niger Delta. Distinguished guests, government alone cannot achieve all of this vision. We require strong partnerships among the federal government, state governments, development finance institutions, international partners, research institutions, private investors, farmer cooperatives, and our traditional institutions. It is only through collective action that we can unlock the enormous agricultural potentials of the region. I therefore call upon investors, both local and international, to see the Niger Delta through a new lens, not merely as an oil-producing region, but as one of Africa's most promising destinations for agricultural investment. The opportunities are immense, the market is vast, and with the right partnerships, the returns will be significant for investors while improving livelihoods for millions of our people. As we deliberate today, I urge all stakeholders to focus on practical outcomes. Let us identify investment and investable projects, establish enduring partnerships, and develop clear implementation frameworks that will translate today's discussion into measurable impact. In closing, let me reaffirm the unwavering commitment of the Ministry of Regional Development to supporting the implementation of the outcomes of the summit and collaborating with all stakeholders to ensure the success of the Niger Delta Agricultural Development and Investment Fund. Together, let us transform the Niger Delta into not only Nigeria's energy hub, but also its agricultural powerhouse, one that drives food security, creates jobs, expands exports, and delivers sustainable prosperity for present and future generations. And thank you all for your kind attention and wish us a highly productive and successful summit. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, God bless NDDC, and God bless our Vice President who is here with us today. We thank you very much for being with us. Thank you very much.
Please, another powerful round of applause for the Honorable Minister of Regional Development, the one and the only, Engineer Abubakar Momo, FNSE. Thank you so much, sir, for those powerful remarks. Indeed, despite the challenges in the Niger Delta is not asking for sympathy. It is demonstrating capacity. And that is what this summit is all about. Thank you. With your kind permission, Your Excellency, I would like to make a few recognitions. We have joining us the Executive Director and CEO of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Mrs. Nonye Ayeni. Thank you for joining us in the room. Also present is the National President of Host Communities of Nigeria Producing Oil and Gas, His Royal Highness Tamara Nebi Benjamin Style. Thank you for being here. It's now time to listen to the keynote. And you know, every great transformation begins with a bold vision. And this keynote address sets the tone for this vision. It's also going to challenge us to see not just where we are, but where we can be. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite a respected business leader and chairman of Origin Group, Prince S.J. Samuel, to deliver the keynote address. Please, a round of applause for him. It is titled Niger Delta, Awakening an Agricultural Giant. Please, another round of applause for him.
Mr. Vice President, our first Greek economist, Vice President, and a very passionate lover of agriculture. Anybody who is in agriculture in Nigeria knows what you did when you were governor. And those investments are still there. We're waiting to see them come to life. We want to appreciate you indeed for the work you're doing for Agric. We also recognize governors here present today, the representative of the governor of Akwa Ibom State. We also know what Akwa Ibom has been doing to transform agriculture. We recognize ministers that are here present, permanent secretaries. I really want to appreciate the ministers that represent agriculture and livestock. Thank you very much for coming. I want to recognize our diplomatic corps that are present today, also here, our core partners in developing agriculture. I want to recognize the management and board of NDDC. I've always said it in the close, but I will say it publicly today. I've been a bit close to NDDC the last 15 years, and I think I want to say that this is the most transformative, the most people-oriented board that NDDC has ever had. I call myself a development engineer because everything I have done has been how to develop the people and contribute to grassroots development. And so when I was called just a few days ago that, oh, we discussed this, you have to give the keynotes. I'm not one who is off to speeches, but I will try my best today to try to give a context to what we must do. The Niger Delta has 46 million people over, and it's currently home to over 25 trillion of food market. It is currently the largest delta in Africa, the third largest in the world. It houses Nigeria's largest deposit of fish. And of course, we used to call it the oil river. The oil river you know or you hear about is not crude oil. It's actually palm oil. And you can also refer to the oil that we can find in sharks and whales, which powered the world. I'm sure many of us didn't know that shark and whales powered what we used to use to power homes and even several of our locomotives. before we found crude oil. So agriculture is actually a core part of the Niger Delta. And agriculture is one thing that we are yet to unlock. But why? We are aware that state government like Akwa Ibom has repeatedly invested in agriculture, like tractors, Cross River, and many other states in the Niger Delta. We're also aware that NDDC successive administrations have been investing in agriculture one way or the other. But what has been the problem? The problem is that we have been very subsistent in nature. And you can't blame us. This is how agriculture has been done the last 50 years. And we are also very individualistic in nature when it comes to agriculture. We just want to fend for ourselves, eat what we produce. But agriculture has grown far bigger than that. It has become a huge commercial venture. It has its own cartel systems around the world today. And aside from that, it has become highly high-tech. That the crude way we do it now is no longer sustainable, and it can't take us anywhere. If you look at it, the total cumulative size of agricultural capital or consumption in Nigeria is over $144 billion annually. It is bigger than almost every sector. But if you find a local farmer in Nigeria, you find them ragtag, whereas these guys are millionaires. Why am I saying so? Every average farmer in Nigeria earns between $1,000 to $2,000 annually. This same farmer can actually earn $200,000 if the right structure is put to agriculture. So the challenge has been that we have kept it the same way it has been over the years, rather than creating and putting structure around it. So what would I challenge the NDDC to do differently? The NDDC has all the potential. The 9 states of the NDDC is a country on its own. And of course, the nations that make that country within a country called Nigeria has a very, very huge capacity. These are strong people, highly fertile community, and of course, very youthful people. What we can do differently, which we are already pioneering by the grace of God in Nigeria. Some of us who know Origin Tech Group, which I represent, is building the largest food logistics hub, second largest in the world, in Lagos. We have put together the largest fleet of cold chain trucks, over 500 of them in Lagos. And so, we believe that this can be translated also in the Niger Delta. Niger Delta can build one of the logistics hubs similar to that of Lagos. And you will ask why. It doesn't produce enough now. But look, that is what is missing. Currently, our markets are unstructured. They are not organized. And we can structure them. We can organize them. And that's where the logistics hubs come in. Before, the first or one of the very successful logistics hub in the world is the Rungis market in Paris. The Rungis market in Paris was completed in 1969. And that was just when the world was finding its feet after the Second World War. Before then, you might not know that Africa actually fueled Europe. We do provide most of agricultural commodities to Europe, which is why most of our rails were working at that time, because most of the locomotives that you find at the rail networks were all feeding the ports with agricultural commodities. And immediately, structure was put to agriculture in Europe, Rungis, Royal Flour in Netherlands. All of this immediately begin to balkanize our agriculture, and on the back of that, our rail system all collapsed. So what am I saying? If you organize and put structure to market and build a large organized market, what will happen is that will pull demand. It will pull capital, and of course, we can begin to make the right transformation. So people talk about infrastructure, We talk about supply of tractors. We talk about a number of stuff. I say every day that we have done this years on years and years again. And by the way, my company is the largest assembler of tractors in Nigeria, and we are currently the largest stockist of tractors. If you want 2,000 tractors today, I can supply it. You don't need to import it. But I will tell you that we must first do the right thing. And what do we have to do? We must put the right infrastructure in place. I am very happy to see a Niger Delta that is not having projects that are completed within time, within 2 years, just at the right time. This is a right step in the right direction. We can see infrastructure coming up, and I must say that the federal government is building two very, very notable projects, the Lagos Coastal Highway and the the Sokoto Badagry. Those two highways will definitely network our agriculture and support what we are talking about. Today also, through the logistics hub in Lagos, we are about to commission the project, and we will be allowing or opening up for people to come and invest. Not only that, we would also create an opportunity for every Nigerian, every farmer to come and get an offtake guarantee. What's an offtake guarantee? You would be able to get a check for 100 million, a check for 20 million, depending on what you produce. And with the logistics hub, what happens? We can store what you bring in, we can tell you what to produce, we can tell you when to bring it to the market. How would this impact the Niger Delta? The Niger Delta can do the same thing. Take, for example, just cast your eyes to the artisanal fishermen in the Niger Delta. Most of these artisanal fishermen go all night into the deep seas to try to crawl as much fish as they can. These fish that they crawl have no definitive market, and again have no storage. Again, there's no capital for the woman who can buy it and dry it. This is what you find in the Niger Delta. And most of the time, these back-breaking jobs end up with men who live in penury. Not because they didn't try, just because we fail to give them an organized and structured market. But with a logistics hub, what will happen is that before he produces, we tell him what catch he should bring, we tell him the size he should bring it, we tell him where to drop it immediately he brings it, we tell him how to grade it and standardize it, we tell him how it can be priced. And he is sure that what he is bringing is going direct to markets. So the logistics hub, when built in the Niger Delta, would be able to create the right kind of millionaires in the farming sector for the Niger Delta people. Aside from this, if you remember and cast your mind back, look at bananas. Nigeria's banana market is actually in the Niger Delta region. Fruits like pineapple, all of these fruits are produced in the Niger Delta. Unfortunately, lack of cold chain trucks, lack of structured market, lack of structured offtake has actually not or killed the existing people or impeded the kind of growth that we expected. What do we expect by the grace of God when the new logistics hub that we are building in Port Harcourt, when completed, we will be able to give some offtake guarantees to farmers. By the grace of God, we've been working with the NDDC the last 2 years, or the last 1 year over, and designing, looking at the right location, looking at aggregation hub, looking at what we call the grading and aggregation centers, which will be built in every state of the Niger Delta. We would also be building a 5 million metric ton storage capacity, cold, dry, and all kind of storage of food in the Niger Delta in Port Harcourt. When this facility is completed, which is aimed to be completed within 18 months, we'll be able to open and champion the kind of investment that we are talking about. Remember I mentioned this is a 24 trillion food market. And if you want to do a 24 trillion food market, those who can do the maths will tell you, you need huge capex and you need a very good opex to support it. And the amount we are looking for today is indeed just a tip of the iceberg. Some of us recall that last year, June, Lagos launched a 1 trillion, 500 billion Produce for Lagos Fund. And this fund actually achieved a 1 trillion promissory note, and this fund, by the grace of God, will soon be in the market operating. So I'm confident that we can raise the $500 million required for this project here. Our organization, the Origin Tech Group, has already made commitment to the MD on NDDC that, look, we are willing, able, and ready, and we are not just speakers. We have done it. People can see what we have done, and you can visit our project in Lagos and all our various projects. Our middle-level markets, which we built in Idioro, has been very successful, paid back within 2 years. It's a model that we want to replicate everywhere. I can talk more and more about the opportunities that are there, but I leave you with this promise. Nigeria can only get better. It can go worse. And why? The federal government is taking the right step in the right direction. We are putting people in the right places. Now we are doing the conversation. With the right conversations like this, we are just moving in the right direction. And by the grace of God, we will achieve our goals. I want to thank everyone for listening, and I want to thank the Vice President, MD of NDDC, and the Champ for the opportunity of this speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our keynote speaker. Well delivered indeed. Thank you for doing that properly and thoroughly. We appreciate you. You know what they say, the quickest way to one's heart is through food. But I want to tweak that a bit. The quickest way to national prosperity is through agriculture. And thankfully, our next speaker is leading that journey. If you have been following the Renewed Hope mandate, I'm sure you would agree with me that agriculture is at the heart of this administration. And the man leading that journey is the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, CON, who is ably represented today by the Permanent Secretary in that ministry. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the representative of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture as he comes forward to give the ministerial speech. It is on the federal government's Renewed Hope agenda for food security. Please pay rapt attention.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Honorable Minister of Regional Development, Transformative Permanent Secretaries here present, the Managing Director and CEO, NDDC, members of the Diplomatic Corps, our royal fathers, distinguished stakeholders, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, would have loved to be here, but for other call to duty, which took him outside Abuja. And he has asked me to deliver this very brief speech. So the content is his, but the voice is mine. It gives me great pleasure to join you at this important NDDC Niger Delta Agricultural Development and Investment Summit. I commend the board and management of the NDDC for convening this timely gathering, which demonstrates a shared commitment to unlocking the immense economic potential of the Niger Delta through sustainable development, strategic partnerships, and inclusive growth. I also acknowledge the presence of Your Excellencies, distinguished members of the National Assembly, state governors, ministers, development partners, traditional rulers, private sector leaders, members of the academia, farmers organizations, women and youth groups, and all stakeholders dedicated to building a prosperous Niger Delta and a stronger Nigeria. Today, I have the privilege of speaking on the federal government's Renew Hope agenda for food security. Food security is one of the most important priorities of the administration of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. Shortly after assuming office, Mr. President declared a national emergency on food security, recognizing that ensuring affordable, available, accessible, and nutritious food for all Nigerians is fundamental to economic stability, poverty reduction, national security, and social cohesion. This bold declaration was not merely symbolic. It marked the beginning of a comprehensive program of reforms and investments aimed at transforming Nigeria's agricultural sector into a modern, resilient, competitive, and commercially driven sector capable of feeding our growing population while creating jobs, expanding exports, and reducing dependence on food imports. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Renew Hope agenda is anchored on the conviction that agriculture remains Nigeria's most strategic economic asset outside the petroleum sector. Agriculture contributes significantly to our gross domestic product, employs millions of Nigerians, and provides livelihoods for rural communities across the country. Our ministry is therefore implementing reforms designed to increase productivity across all agricultural value chains. These include improving farmers' access to quality seeds and seedlings, fertilizers, and crop protection products, expanding irrigation and dry season farming, promoting agricultural mechanization, strengthening extension services, reducing post-harvest losses, expanding agricultural finance, supporting agro-processing, and improving access to domestic and export markets. Through the National Agricultural Growth Scheme and Agro Pockets, which we call NAGS-AP, we are supporting some smallholder farmers with subsidized agricultural inputs while leveraging digital technology to improve transparency and efficiency in program delivery. This initiative continues to strengthen productivity, particularly among vulnerable farming households. We are equally advancing the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zone initiative in collaboration with state governments, development finance institutions, and private investors to stimulate agro-industrial development, create rural employment, reduce food losses, and strengthen agricultural value chains. Mechanization remains another critical pillar of our strategy. The ministry is expanding access to tractors, harvesters, planters, and other modern equipment through public-private partnerships and service provider models, enabling farmers to cultivate larger areas efficiently while reducing production costs. Recognizing the increasing impact of climate change, we are investing in climate-smart agriculture through improved seeds varieties, irrigation infrastructure, efficient water management, sustainable land use practices, digital Africa advisory services, and climate resilient farming technologies. Distinguished participants, the Niger Delta occupies a unique place within Nigeria's agricultural future. Beyond its globally recognized petroleum resources lies one of the country's richest agricultural ecosystems. The region possesses abundant freshwater resources, extensive river networks, fertile floodplains, vast wetlands, mangrove forests, and favorable climatic conditions suitable for all year-round agricultural production. These natural advantages position the Niger Delta to become Nigeria's leading hub for aquaculture and fisheries, cassava production, and industrial starch processing, oil palm revitalization, rice cultivation in suitable floodplains, cocoa production, coconut development, plantain and banana value chains, vegetables, spices, poultry, and integrated farming systems. With the right investments in agriculture, technology, research, storage, transportation, processing, and market access, the Niger Delta can become a major contributor to national food security while generating employment for millions of young people. This is why collaboration between the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security and the NDDC is both timely and very strategic. We envision a partnership focused on developing climate-resilient agricultural infrastructure, expanding irrigation and water resource development, strengthening fisheries and aquaculture across coastal communities, establishing agricultural processing and irrigation centers, promoting youth-led agribusiness enterprises, empowering women farmers through improved access to finance and technology, rehabilitating rural roads that connect farms to markets, supporting digital agriculture and precision farming technologies, strengthening agricultural research and extension services, and attracting greater private sector investment into agricultural value chains. The Niger Delta should not merely be viewed as an oil-producing region. It should also emerge as one of Nigeria's foremost centers of agricultural productivity, food processing, agribusiness innovation, and export competitiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, no nation can attain sustainable prosperity without achieving food security. Food security reduces poverty, improves nutrition, strengthens public health, creates employment, stabilizes communities, supports industrialization, and enhances national resilience. It is therefore the responsibility of every stakeholder, government at all levels, development partners, financial institutions, research organizations, the private sector, traditional institutions, civil society, and the farming communities to contribute actively to this national objective. The Renew Hope Agenda provides the policy direction. Our collective responsibility is to translate that vision into measurable outcomes that improve the lives of Nigerians. As we deliberate during this summit, let us commit ourselves to practical collaborations that delivers results. Let us invest in innovation, infrastructure, young people, women, farmers, and resilient agricultural system capable of feeding our nation today and sustaining future generations. The Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security remains fully committed to working closely with the NDDC, state governments across the Niger Delta, development partners, and the private sector to unlock the region's enormous agricultural potential. Together, we can transform agriculture into the engine of inclusive growth, create millions of decent jobs, improve rural incomes, strengthen food security, and realize the vision of the Renew Hope agenda. I thank the Niger Delta Development Commission for providing this platform for constructive engagement, and I look forward to stronger partnerships that will accelerate agricultural transformation across the Niger Delta and the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you for your attention. God bless the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, represented by the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Marcus Sogumbi. Thank you very much for that impactful message. The question is no longer whether resources exist, but how effectively we can deploy them to transform lives. And of course, it's now time to get to the first plenary session. And this session is entitled, Drawing on Existing Commitments in Agricultural Finance. Please join me as I make welcome the chair of this session, the one, the only Senior Special Assistant to the President on Agribusiness and Productivity Enhancement. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Kingsley Uzoma as he comes forward. Let's celebrate him some more. The very hardworking, dedicated, and committed Nigerian who is ensuring that food is on the table of every Nigerian. Thank you for your leadership, Dr. Kingsley Uzoma. And also a part of the session, we have the panelists. I'd like to welcome the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agric, representing the Minister of Agriculture, to please step forward. I'd also like the Country Director of the World Bank, the representative, please. The representative of the Country Director of the World Bank, please a round of applause for them as they come forward. We'd also have Dr. Abdul Kamara, Acting Vice President of AFDB. Let's celebrate them. Also a part of the panelists, we have Ambassador Goita Mignot, the Country Director General EU. I guess he'll be represented by Massimo De Luca, who is now a Nigerian and loves swallow a lot. Let's celebrate him. All right, so also a part of this session, we have Ayo Shortiri, MD and CEO, Bank of Agriculture. If we have the representative, please kindly join them on stage. And also, if we have the representative of the Governor of Imo State, we'd also like you to join for this panel discussion. All right, the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State have been told to call you up for this discussion. Please, let's celebrate her. The only woman in this session. And please, I'd like the organizers to make reservation for her to sit as quickly as possible as she comes forward. Quickly. All right, we'd like the stage managers to please get a seat for the Deputy Governor. All right, okay, thank you very much.
No, stand. I'm moderating it. For the sake of time, we'll have to go straight to this panel, which is drawing on existing commitments in agricultural finance. And that's why we've been able to bring our development partners, multinational development banks, who are providing funding to different portfolios within the agriculture and food security ecosystem in the country. So first, I must thank you all for coming. And also for the management of NDDC under the leadership of the MD for deeming it necessary at this critical time in our nation to see what we can do to enhance the contribution of Niger Delta towards our agricultural economy. So today we are here to actually look at, in as much as we want to raise funds to finance agriculture within the region, there are still existing portfolios that we are not really tapping into very well. So, and we want to use this opportunity to see what each stakeholder here in the podium is doing and how we can enhance the multiplier effect of such funds, which Mr. President, under his love for agriculture, had In fact, the World Bank recently started the Agro Project. So that's why we're here today. The section will take stock of existing federal, state, and international commitments to agricultural finance and explore how those commitments can be built on to translate into visible investment pipelines on ground in the Niger Delta. Because just like MD of Origin Group stated, in the Niger Delta, we've not really paid attention to the enormous potential within the agricultural sector in the region. So we want to see how already existing investments, how can we leverage on them to catalyze further investments within the region? And that will be part of the pool that will sink into the $500 million visionary decision of the MD. So our discussion today will share perspective on aligning federal, subnational, and development partners' priorities around shared regional growth. And the framework of flow will be, the section will open with the group questions to all discussants, focusing on translating existing commitments into deployed capital and aligning institutional priorities. Following this, each discussant will respond to a targeted question aligned with the specific mandate and perspectives of his own institution or entity. The audience will have the opportunity to engage with the panel through question and answer segment before the closing remark. So the group questions, all participants, all discussants, this for all of you. How can existing states, federal states, and donor commitments to agricultural finance be effectively translated into capital deployment on the ground in the Niger Delta region? So I will start with the Vice President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Kamara.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Your Excellency Kashim Shettima, GCO and Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Excellencies, Honorable Governors present here, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, our Royal Fathers amongst us here, my colleagues, development partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for creating the opportunity for the African Development Bank to be here. Of course, the African Development Bank is a very strong partner of Nigeria. We are engaged in Nigeria using what we call the country strategy paper, which is actually derived from the country's own development framework, basically the Renewed Hope Agenda, focusing very much on infrastructure, of which in its detailed consideration, basically agricultural transformation, agro-industry is part of that process. So specifically to your question, we have had a lot of speeches this morning, and one of them that really was an eye-opener was from a colleague from the private sector, I think Prince Samuel. He spoke of infrastructure, he spoke of especially logistics value chains. And unlocking these really require that we engage in an approach that is really comprehensive. For the Niger Delta Basin, of course, we require an engagement that will look at how do we really come up with, because the question is capital mobilization. So how do we come up with bankable operations? For me, the first will be that we do an assessment, which is already done, because otherwise we wouldn't have been where we are. And then, but the second is, an identification of detailed pipeline of bankable operations, because that is what brings all of us around the table, to ensure that we look at areas of our comparative advantage, and then we can pick out what relates to what we are doing. Of course, when the Minister of Agriculture spoke, you heard of SAPZ, which we are doing. We also have programs that create opportunities for the Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Bank project. We also have, a bigger program that is trying to take advantage of technology, digitization, but also bring small MSMEs to take advantage of that value chain in the context of the IDAs. So again, to your question, yes, detailed analysis, bankable operations, dialogue around development partners to ensure that they pick out what aligns to their own development
If I can
priorities.
get you, detailed analysis is very important so that you have a targeted intervention within the region. That's something we have to take you on after this program on the conversation, the detailed analysis. So I'll move on to Hardwick, World Bank. So how can existing federal, state, and donor commitments to agricultural finance be more effectively translated into capital deployed on the ground in the Niger Delta? And please, because His Excellency the Vice President is here, we'll have to be very brief in our answers, direct to the point so that we don't spend much time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Hardwick. I am here representing the country director of the World Bank. So, Your Excellency, I will go over a few of the questions that the chairman has raised, I think starting with the first one, which is how to leverage the financing commitments that are already made by government and by development partners to create capital that can work for the agricultural sector. I think I have two opinions here. The first one is to make sure that there is stronger coordination between the federal, state, and other players or other stakeholders that work in the agricultural sector on policies and programs that are meant to support the sector. I'm saying this because we are all working in this together, and the most important thing is to make sure that we maximize the synergies that can exist across the stakeholders, but also at the same time reduce the areas where we have overlaps and the duplication of effort.
Thank you. If I can get you, coordination is very important, and I guess you're aware of an office, a unit, which is under the Vice President, the Presidential Food System Coordinating Unit. So after this meeting, I think we'll need to have more broader conversation to align, to layer in the Niger Delta Agri-Development and Investment Fund into the operational framework of that unit as regards to their own decision on coordination. So next, I want to hear the perspective of my friend Ayo Sotorin, MD of Bank of Agriculture.
Your Excellency, sir, all protocols observed. For us at the Bank of Agriculture, we've been active in the space in the agri-financing, I would say, window within Nigeria. We have 5 critical programs that we're working with other stakeholders, other partners on. Number 1 is the Renewed Hope Smallholder Support and Value Chain Fund, which is a program set aside by His Excellency, Mr. President, to give $250 million, 250 billion naira in terms of inputs to smallholder farmers. And so far, we've given 20 farm aggregation companies financing for input, over 2 million bags of fertilizer, 32,000 tons of seeds, and also about 500,000 liters of crop protection. Second is the largest mechanization program in Africa, where we spend over $1 billion in acquiring mechanization equipment, which we are getting states to key into subsidized, tractors. I think we have over 2,000 currently. We're expecting another 2,000 extra. About 7 states, mostly in the north, have keyed into it. We're begging the states in the south to also key into it as well. This is how we can open up all the lands in the south to be able to do a lot of cash crop planting. The third program is the 1 million hectare tree crop program, where Mr. President has said we should be ambitious about our program to finance about $2.5 billion across 5 very important cash crops or tree crop: cashew, cocoa, oil palm, rubber, and coffee. Nigeria used to be the second or third largest exporter of coffee in the 50s and the 60s. So it's a very important commodity that we need to bring back, not only cocoa. The third one is the guarantee minimum pricing scheme, where we have about 200 billion naira to give farmers a top-up for every staple crops that they've planted. What I mean by that is a lot of farmers, because of import parity, have lost a lot in terms of the disparity between the production cost and the low cost of commodities currently in the market. Maize, for example, goes for about 270,000 naira in the market per ton. We are giving 350,000 naira to only farmers, not aggregators or arbitrageurs. All this shows that there is very intentional efforts to actually crowd in capital in the agriculture sector for the first time in Nigeria, and it is within the financing platform, which is the largest bank of agriculture in Nigeria, to provide financing to the smallholder farmers in partnership with our sister agencies, NADF, NAUDA, and also our development partners as well. We're working with AFTB very closely. We're working with the World Bank, the EU, and a few other partners. In the course of today, we'll share more about the programs that we have, but I think for the sake of time, I would only talk about these 5 for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If I can get you right, the 1 million hectares very much aligns with the bold vision of this fund that the Niger Delta Development Commission want to set up. So that's a conversation that the Commission and their bank will continue to advance beyond this stage. Now to His Excellency, Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State. How can existing federal, state, and donor commitments to agricultural finance be effectively translated into capital deployed on the ground in the Niger Delta? So you can use Akwa Ibom as a test ground for the Niger Delta.
Thank you very much, the moderator, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a man who is consciously driving, helping, supporting the President to drive the economy of this nation. I acknowledge everyone seated here. I want to appreciate the earlier speakers, the donors or the financial people that bring the resources to help in developing the agri-chem sector. Yes, funding is very, very pivotal in the agri sector, because it's not just for the subsistence that we are talking about here. We are looking at a farmer that will go bigger and plan for exports. And so the first thing, if I must, I want to take the Akwa Ibom state as a model, having identified the need to build up the agri sector outside the oil. What the Akwa Ibom state government is doing first is to identify the farmers. We group them into clusters of cooperatives, and they are intentionally trained to know how to put up a proposal if we need to go to any bank for funding. If that is not done, a farmer cannot just walk up to get what he or she desires to help in that development. But for Akwa Ibom State, as a subnational, knowing that they must have this base, the grouping of the farmers into cooperative, the governor approves and gives out a free grant to the small farmers, and from there they are able at least to get the skill, know what to do at each stage. Other than that, in Akwa Ibom State, we also identify and note that before you can go into mechanized farming, you need land. And so Akwa Ibom State has identified the land suitable for planting. You cannot ask a farmer who wants to maybe invest in rice farming to go to a dry area. An area suitable for that specific planting is identified, and we have that data. The area for cassava is also identified. The area for palm fruits, you don't just drop it anywhere. There must be specific areas. That has been done in Akwa Ibom State, and that's going to help the farmers to source for the support, the funding. Other than that, in Akwa Ibom State, when I made the remark on behalf of the governor, I did mention that the governor came, apart from the hospitality sector, he was in charge of the agric business in Akwa Ibom State before going into the ESCO. And so he had also identified the need for bigger farms. That's the Songhai model, which I mentioned, and is ongoing. The one in the senatorial district is almost there. To help farmers again, the government has opened up feeder roads, mopping up the people in groups to farm. You will definitely have a product that needs to come out from the rural sector. And so feeder roads has been opened up, and what the governor does again to support, to encourage them, is mopping up the product at the end of the day, providing storage facilities, like one of the presenters mentioned, fishing. Those who go out to fish, they come back with large quantity that they may not be able to sell off. And so how do they preserve it? And how do they process it? In Akwa Ibom State, the focus or the vision of the governor is to help the farmers, whether in fishing, in cassava, in palm fruits, whatever farming that they identify to do, to go mega. And that's where we will need the finance to come. And again, I want to encourage investors, people who are interested in what is happening in Akwa Ibom State to come up. Tractors, equipment, which was earlier acknowledged by one of the speakers in Akwa Ibom State, is also given to the farmers to help them go to the farm and do the clearing, do the farming with ease.
Thank you.
Like
Thank
you're
you, Excellency.
pushing me to stop. Thank you.
If I can get you, one of the things you can do to translate existing investments, the infrastructure, agricultural infrastructure, roads, storage infrastructure, these are things that are very necessary to deployment of capital, sustainable capital within the ecosystem. So that's the takeaway. And now to EU, Mr. Massimo. So how can existing federal, state, and donor commitments to agricultural finance be more effectively translated into capital deployed on the ground in the Niger Delta region? So you know we have very limited time because His Excellency the Vice President has other engagements. So we have to be very brief in your response.
Thank you very much. I was expecting a different question, but with regard to deployment of finance, I really stand by what my colleague said, especially when it comes to aggregators, Ayo. That's the way to go. We cannot keep really thinking that we can successfully finance individual farmers, and this is what we are trying to do with our partners, the banks that we support, like DBN, like FMO, and other banks that are going to be present in the near future. But of course, the Bank of Agriculture, Bank of Industry, and so on and so forth. Just because you mentioned the UDR, the deforestation regulation, allow me just to say a couple of things. Just to remind you, everybody,
we can get to that section later. Just 10 seconds response, one line. To all of you, what institutional or coordination mechanisms would most help align federal, state, and international partners around a shared Niger Delta agricultural investment agenda? Just one line, 10 seconds. Starting with PAMSEC, Minister of Agriculture and Food Security.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was just about saying that we know that agriculture is mainly practiced in the states. It's not in the federal capital. So as Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, one major thing that we want to do is to involve and coordinate with the state government, the subnationals, because they are the ones that have the land, they are the ones that have the human resources to do agriculture. And so we prioritize taking youth and women and the vulnerables in the states.
Just one line. So if I may take you on your word, is finding the right engagement with the subnationals.
Yes.
Because that's the question. So Vice President of Bank of African Development Bank, what institutional coordination mechanism would most help align federal, state, and development international partners around a shared Niger Delta agricultural investment agenda?
I think as we heard from the minister, I think we've had also of coordination. I think the state leadership is very, very important, and that's why you see our model like the SAPZ model that we have, which I will talk about a little bit later if I have the opportunity. It's federal-led, of course supported by development partners. I have my colleague here from IFAD who is co-financing, but it's actually directly with the states. So for the Niger Delta region, for example, I know this forum is already, a very great step in the right direction. A clearly vetted and well-analyzed investment plan that will come with bankable operations. It's can also be, very much, a way to go that will enable us to look at our comparative advantage and crowding resources.
If I can get you, having state-led assessment backed by the federal government so now backed by NDDC, that's the right way. So Hardwick, 10 seconds, 20 seconds.
I would like to say that at the federal level, the development partners actually have what we call the Agriculture Development Partner Working Group. And this group works with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and other stakeholder MDAs. I believe this is something that can actually be replicated in the 9 states in the Niger Delta to try to understand what we are doing as individual entities, because it's only by knowing who is doing what that we'll be able to coordinate and put our efforts together so that we can support the government priorities.
Thank you. If I may get you or have a replica of the Agricultural Coordinating Donor Working Group. So we'll have the Niger Delta Agricultural Coordinating Donor Working Group. If I can get your award, we'll start that immediately after this to set up that coordinating working group together with your assistance under the platform of the World Bank. Right?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So Bank of Agri, Ayo.
Thank you, Dr. Kingsley. Again, they can be sub at a coordination point, like the donor working group, the presidency of the World Bank has talked about. Also, the central coordination point is the Federal Ministry of Agriculture led by Senator Chiari under the leadership of His Excellency the Vice President, and all of us we'll continue to work together to ensure that, we're not duplicating efforts across the country within the agriculture space. Thank you.
Thank you. Massimo, 20 seconds. What coordination or institutional mechanism do you think will help most?
Yeah, of course, we are also members of the agricultural group, very committed to coordinating, even from, with the ministry directly. And that's also important, let me say, for the implementation of the UDR coordination between national and states is going to be very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellency.
Mine will just be one straight sentence. Effective collaboration between the local government, the state government, and the federal government. When that is done, we'll be able to work together.
Coordination, I believe we can take something out of this. That's the Agricultural Coordinating Working Group for the country. We can have the Niger Delta Agricultural Coordinating Working Group. That's a key takeaway. So finally, questions to each of you. Briefly, 1 minute. I will start with Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State. What has the administration prioritized on land access, security of tenure, or agro-industrial infrastructure that you believe positioned Akwa Ibom State well for this kind of investment this summit hopes to attract?
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to say that in Akwa Ibom State, we have a policy that is working because land is very, very important. I did mention when I was making my earlier comments that we have a database for land in Akwa Ibom State, and giving out land in a transparent way, efficient and equitable land for specific farming is one of the things we've done. Then, apart from that, the government has also identified designated areas for that process. We also, in Akwa Ibom State, protect high potential agri land from being taken over by the urban development. The specific area
classification of land. And
then for you to have a land, if an investor comes in and you need land allocation, C of O, that again, there's a straight effective policy that you can have land C of O with ease. The establishment of the Aqua GIS in Akwa Ibom State is making that very, very easy. Thank you.
So if I can get you digital platform for land administration, makes it ease of business for any agricultural investor. Everything is digitally done. So to the PAMSEC, with this SAPZ program, the Fertilizer Initiative, the new Federal Minister of Livestock Development already, how do you see the Niger Delta region fitting into the broader federal agenda? 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you very much. The SAPC specifically addresses the issue of value chain development and value addition. And of course, we see quite a lot of things being produced in Niger Delta. So currently, Cross River State is a member in the first phase, participating in the SAPC. And so we see Niger Delta to the NDDC to also be encourage the participation of one or two more states from the Niger Delta, so that we can actually hold the value addition processes and develop the production of these crops and then add value to it. Well, it's not just by producing, it's by producing and adding value to it. So we see SAPC in the phase 2, which will start very soon, the phase 2. We expect that the NDDC will key in and enroll at least one or two of the NDDC mandate states to participate in the program.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vice President of AFDB, Dr. Kamara. So to you, AFDB has co-financed agro-industrial hub projects in Nigeria before, including Cross River and Imo State. What lessons from the experience would be most valuable to carry into the Niger Delta-wide program, especially with this investment fund they're trying to set up?
Well, thank you very much. We have a very big portfolio, of course, in the country of about $6.4 billion in energy, in transport, in financial sector, but also in agriculture. SAPZ is just one. And by the way, the SAPZ, we are currently in 7 states plus the FCT. We're in Kaduna, Kwara, Kano, Cross River, Imo State, Ogun, Oyo, and the FCT. IFAD is co-financing with us and Islamic Development Bank. With we are already at $510 million in all of these states. What does the SAPZ do? I think it's important. It does 3 things. It's an initiative that tries to cluster production processing in a high potential area where you address infrastructure gaps. You bring in roads, energy, water processing plants in a concentrated area where you support production, but also you create an aggregation center where products are sorted, are aggregated, and then you have the agro-industrial hubs. Of course, you have to produce at volumes and scales that are predictable to ensure that those hubs will continue running. And that is where the other program that the minister just referred to, the NACS, that we financed with $134 million in 2024, and this year we've just approved $200 million, but that is now going to go through the BOI, is addressing to ensure that we get the production right. Very quickly, in terms of, you said in terms of key lessons, leadership is key.
Thank you. We need to move on. Now to Mr. Massimo, with EUGR and due diligence regulation shaping export-oriented agriculture, what would you recommend Niger Delta producers and processors begin preparing for now?
Yeah,
Just 1 minute.
We are present in Niger Delta, specifically in Ondo State and Cross Rivers. I believe that both of them are under the remit of NDDC. And there we work really from the off-takers along the value chain. Now, as you know, we have to prove that land has not been deforested since the end of 2020. So we need the images that prove that. We need a specific effort to establish that all the relevant laws, as the Deputy Governor explained, are respected, whether on land management, on environmental protection, on labor protection. And this is an effort that we need to be able to do together, to make together at federal and state level.
Thank you. Land administration, digital land administration. Hardwick, within the World Bank existing agricultural portfolio in Nigeria, what opportunity do you see for near-term collaboration with Niger Delta Agro-Industrial Pipeline? 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Chair. The World Bank Group has a portfolio of about $2 billion in the agriculture sector, covering livestock development, irrigation development, infrastructure development, and climate resilience. We also have a project that supports rural infrastructure development. But I would want to emphasize on a new project called AGRO. It's agricultural.
1 minute.
Agricultural Value Chains for Development project. It has been approved by the board of the World Bank just a couple of months ago. The total funding is $500 million. It's a project that aims to promote private sector investment in agriculture, but at the same time also provide the government with resources to promote research into seed, into quality fertilizer, and also improve the policies surrounding agribusiness development.
Thank you.
So, Chair, I think besides this, there is also a policy
Thank you. We have to continue.
Thank you so much.
Ayo, the BOI is undergoing major transformation and expanding its development finance. So what financing window and programs are currently available that Niger Delta can immediately leverage?
I didn't hear you.
Hello?
Go ahead, please.
The Bank of Agric is undergoing major transformation and expanding development finance portfolios. What financing window or programs are currently available that Niger Delta State can immediately leverage from?
I believe the Smallholder Finance and Value Chain Fund that I mentioned initially, $250 billion naira. We're working with state governments to do a matching fund so that we can grow the pot to about $500 billion. And it is for us to create sub-funds in states where states bring 10 billion, we bring 10 billion, and we create financing at 9% single digits for smallholder farmers. That's one. Also, our mechanization program, state governors get 40% for the tractors that they buy from us. We jointly create agri-hubs and we manage those tractors based on the fact we have service centers across the country. And lastly, the tree crop program that we're trying to work on. It's a $2 billion opportunity to crowd in funding into tree crop across the Niger Delta states, over 1 million hectares. If we do that, we're guaranteed after 5-6 years to generate over $5 billion revenue for the country every year in cocoa, oil palm, cashew, coffee, and rubber that I talked about. So for us, we're very keen on working with Niger Delta states to realize this potential. Thank you.
These are all Niger Delta value chain. So in the summary, I can say coordination, digital administration, land administration, and also keying into existing portfolio. So I will take you on that establishment of the working group for the Niger Delta so that we can kickstart this process of fundraising together with the partners. Thank you all, and thank you for participating. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Now time for photograph quickly, just so we can capture this moment. All the panelists, photographers, please take position quickly, if that is possible, or we can skip. All right, just one will do. All right. Thank you very much, the panelists, and of course to the chair of the session. Indeed, this summit is more than a conference. It is a commitment to rewrite the economic future of the Niger Delta. Please, a round of applause for them if you paid attention and you enjoyed the session thoroughly. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for them. It's now time to listen to our special guest of honor. If you're very conversant with the Renewed Hope agenda, of course, you would know that one of the popular quotes of the president is that power is not served a la carte. You have to work hard for it. And one man who is working very hard to deliver the dividends of democracy to the people of Nigeria is the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a leader known for intellect, humility, and unwavering dedication to the Renewed Hope agenda. A statesman par excellence and a distinguished patriot. Please, a round of applause for the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON.
Kindly take your seats, please. The Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Umo Eno, ably represented by the Deputy Governor, Her Excellency Senator Akon A. Kanyi, and representatives of other state governors. The Honorable Minister of Regional Development, Honorable Abubakar Momo, FNSE. The Chairman, Governing Board of Niger Delta Development Commission, Mr. Chiedu Ibie, and other members of the board. The Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, Niger Delta Development Commission. The Game Changer, Dr. Samuel Ogboko, and the management staff of NDDC present here. Leadership is very crucial in every organization. There were so many interventions in the Niger Delta, right from the 1.5% oil mineral producing area development, to amnesty program, to OMPADEC that eventually transmuted into the NDDC. Some few years back, NDDC could be better described as Niger Delta Comedy Commission because their managing directors were polling at National Assembly sessions and so on. That's why leadership is crucial. With the coming of Dr. Ogbuku, we have seen a sea change in the fortunes of the NDDC. Members of the diplomatic corps, most especially my Italian friend, the Umala swallowing Massimo De Luca. Italy did not make it to the World Cup. It's one of the giants of European football. So also was Nigeria, one of the giants of African football. So we are on the same boat. The keynote speaker and chairman Origin Group, my very good friend Prince Samuel Joseph Samuel, development partners, our very colorful royal fathers from the Niger Delta, including the social activists, the ever-present Mujahid Asoro Dokubo. Members of the Force Asset of the Rim, honored guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The promise of an agricultural boom is one we cannot afford to take for granted. Nations survive on many resources, but they endure because they can feed themselves. Agriculture is therefore not only the foundation of civilization, it is the first guarantee of political stability. Before a people raise cities, they must learn to feed themselves. And before a state earns the loyalty of its citizens, it must secure their daily bread. This is why agriculture has remained at the very heart of our national agenda. And I am honored to stand with you at this distinguished gathering as we march into the future. What has set us apart as a federation is the ambition of each region, the healthy rivalry among regions, daring one another to dream. Yet no such ambition is realized without leaders who understand that no harvest comes without the discipline of planting, the patience of tending, and the courage to invest ahead of the rains. This is why we have gathered here today with the governors of all 9 states upon 3 pillars: to launch a dedicated investment fund, to coordinate the commitments already pledged to this region, and to inaugurate the institution that will steer them, summoning the capital of the world to this corridor. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we began as an agrarian economy, and the foundation of this nation was laid upon it. Before the barrel, it was the soil that paid our bills. The groundnut pyramids of the north, the cocoa estates of the west, and the palm produce of the east and the Niger Delta financed our early schools and hospitals and underwrote the young institutions of a new republic. Then oil arrived, Oloibiri, some 70-odd years ago, only to sidetrack the journey. For its ease dulled the industry of the cutlass, and a country that once fed itself land instead to import what its own soil could grow. What makes this vision inspiring is that it arises from a region that could have rested on its oil well and left feeding the nation to other hands. The Niger Delta has instead chosen to return to an identity older than crude itself. For the palm oil of these creeks fueled the commerce of continents long before the first barrel was drilled. It has chosen to transform this region, feed the nation, and attract the world. This is where philosophy must give way to action. The Niger Delta Agricultural Investment Fund of $500 million, which we launched today, is a commercial returns-driven vehicle spanning the value chain from aquaculture and palm oil to cassava, cocoa, rice, horticulture, marine resources, and livestock. Around it, we coordinate the commitments already pledged by the World Bank, the African Development Bank, the Islamic Development Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and our private and commercial financiers. Above board stands the Niger Delta Agricultural Development and Investment Council, which I am honored to chair, with the NDDC as its secretariat. Beneath it lies a demand-side strategy, preparing bankable projects across all 9 mandate states. It is no coincidence that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR placed food security among the earliest priorities of this administration, because nations that lose control of their food eventually surrender the control of their future. His July 2023 declaration of a state of emergency shifted our national approach from the boardroom to the ground, across production, market stabilization, and food access. This is why mechanization has been the centerpiece of the drive, and why the administration launched the Renewed Hope Agricultural Mechanization Program for 10,000 hectares tractors over 5 years, alongside local assembly plans, and in parallel with the John Deere Tractorization Program, the Green Hope Project, and the Green Imperative Program. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Theodore Roosevelt in 1910, in his Man in the Arena speech, said, "It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of do's could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcomings, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat." In the social media, you can spend the whole of the week pouring venom on the president, pouring invectives on him, for he is the man who is actually in the arena, who had the courage of conviction to take far-reaching decisions, who is daring greatly, and is attested to by our guest speaker. We are very intentional about some of the decisions we have taken in this administration. We are intentional of developing 1 million hectares of root crops, cocoa, oil palm, cashew, with our research institutes, deliberately developing new hybrid planting materials. And in 8 years, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, from the new 1 million hectares, we can add up to $5 billion to our economy. Indonesia is an oil-producing state, but Indonesia in 2025 earned $45 billion from 53 million tons of crude palm oil, exporting only 32 million tons. Revenues exceeded more than Nigeria's oil revenue, or just 50% of what Indonesia earned from oil palm exports. And what about the mariculture? The Niger Delta is the 3rd largest delta in the world. And Your Excellencies, as I have always said, in this great nation of ours, we have no business being poor. We are potentially one of the richest countries in the world. There are certain parts of this country that where if money can grow, you can plant money and harvest tremendous money resources. And what do people in mariculture do? Fish farming, salmon, sea bass, tuna, milk fish in sea cages or pens, shellfish, oysters, mussels, clams, scallops on ropes and on trucks. You can also grow the crustaceans, shrimps, crabs, lobsters, and Niger Delta is endowed with those resources. Cassava, for instance, Thailand, the 2nd largest producer in the world, earned over $3 billion from only 26 million metric tons of cassava while Nigeria produces an average of 66 million metric tons and earn less than $1 billion US, because our yields are 6 tons, while Thailand is getting 22 tons per hectare. So the whole mantra is on increase in yield. And by embracing technology, improved seeds, fertilization, tractorization, we can cross the Rubicon. This country holds great potential. And I dare to tell you that the president of Nigeria is a game changer. He has the courage of conviction to take far-reaching decisions, all in an effort to reposition the national economy. And he is not someone who is prone to blame game. No. For the past 3 years, the easiest way you can earn the wrath of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is to criticize Muhammadu Buhari. No. The buck stops on his desk, and he is ready to take responsibility for whatever that comes out of his actions. When we assumed the mantle of leadership, we had less than $4 billion in our foreign reserves. Now we have crossed the Rubicon. We have over $50 billion, and it's growing, the highest in 17 years. Yes, we have challenges of inflation. Yes, we have challenges of food security or insecurity. But has the government folded its arms? The truthful answer is no. Geopolitics, the crisis in the Middle East. There are nations that are even rationing fuel. Are we rationing fuel supplies to our vehicles? The answer is no. And no matter how long the night is, it must give way to the light of the dawn. Yes, the weather is stormy, but it won't rain forever. I will urge Nigerians, I will urge our development partners to rally around us and salvage the ship of the state. 1 out of every 4 black men, I am proud to say, 1 out of every 4 black men is a Nigerian. And by 2050, we will surpass the United States. We will be the 3rd most populous nation on earth. Our population will cross 440 million people. And by the end of the century, Nigeria will be the most populous nation on earth. This is a great nation. And I would rather be a small fish in a big pond than be a big fish in a small pond. Wherever Nigeria goes, because the trajectory of global growth is facing Africa, and Nigeria will make or mar that transition. Wherever Nigeria goes, that's where Africa goes. People celebrate Botswana. I respect them. People celebrate Rwanda. I adore Paul Kagame. People talk about Seychelles. Yes, the economy has turned the corner. But what is the population of Botswana? Not more than Shomolu local government area of Lagos State. What is the population of Seychelles? Not more than 2 wards in Kano metropolis. What is the population of even Rwanda? The population of Rwanda is half the population of Lagos State. So numbers count. Take it or leave it. Nigeria is a great nation. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we began, as I said, as an agrarian economy. And the foundation of this nation was laid upon it. And I urge you, I beseech thee, I wish to impress on us, let us recreate that our agricultural heritage. Let's provide hope to the hopeless. Let's provide jobs for our mass of humanity. I want to commend the government of Akwa Ibom State. Just last week, Agri-Invest, one of the leading oil palm manufacturers and producers in Malaysia, they came to my office with their Nigerian counterpart, Octopus. I called the governor of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Umo Eno. First dial, he picked the phone. And these are people who are willing to invest $500 million on oil palm. They will start with 10,000 hectares in Akwa Ibom. He said, given, let them come and start work at once. This is leadership. Leadership means walking the talk. Leadership is about taking far-reaching decisions. And leadership is not meant for nice men. Nice men should be selling chocolates, ice cream, and overlap. I want to thank you, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I invite every investor, every development partner, and every governor to treat this summit as the start of an obligation rather than the end of a ceremony. The phone is launched. The commitments are aligned. The council is constituted, and the pipeline awaits your conviction. History rewards those who plant, and prosperity remembers those who water the seed. The Niger Delta has spent generations growing well from beneath its soil. Today, it chooses also to draw abundance from the soil itself. Oil built an economy. Agriculture will secure a civilization. If this summit succeeds, future generation will remember this day not for the fun we launch, but for the balance we restored. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Please, we'd like those on the front row to please join the Vice President on stage for a group photograph quickly before the Vice President will return to his office to attend to other pressing state matters. Everyone in front, all our distinguished guests, please kindly join the Vice President for a group photograph. Indeed, history has been made today. The Vice President, a proud and committed Nigerian who is passionate about the country and its people, and doing the needful to ensure that Nigeria is great. This is indeed a defining moment in the journey towards a more prosperous and food-secure Niger Delta. And everyone here, you are a part of this history-making event. Just our distinguished guests, please, to join the Vice President for the photograph. Our traditional rulers, please, we'd like you to stay put. After this, we'll have another session with the Vice President, and that will be strictly for traditional rulers. Traditional rulers, please kindly come on stage to join the Vice President for group photograph. These pictures will make headlines tomorrow in the papers, and of course tonight it will be news on all platforms across Nigeria and beyond. You are a part of this very, very important event, and it's good to capture the moment. Thank you so much. May we all please remain standing. Everyone, please kindly remain standing as we take the national anthem. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for the Vice President as he makes his way out of the room to attend to other pressing state matters. Your Excellency, thank you for your time. Thank you for everything that you do for the nation. We sincerely appreciate you. And of course, every part of this nation, every Nigerian is proud of you. Thank you so much for the commitment. Thank you for the passion. And thank you for the good work. Indeed, the Renewed Hope mandate is delivering the dividends of democracy to the good people of Nigeria and making Nigeria great again. Every other person kindly remain in the room. We are not done with this session. We have one more plenary session before we go on a break and then, of course, continue till much later. This summit is a defining moment for the Niger Delta region, and it is important that you stay the course. Everyone kindly remain in the room as the Vice President makes his way out to attend to other pressing state matters. Thank you very much. Every other person, please kindly take your seats. Please take your seats. Ushers, do the needful. We'd like the protocol team to please do the needful. Get everyone back on their seats so we can continue with the items on the agenda. We have one more plenary session which will be done now before we go on a break. Ushers, please kindly get everybody back in the room. Please kindly take your seats as we get prepared for the second plenary session. Everyone, please kindly take your seats. We'd have time for photograph much later. Thank you to those already seated, but please, those standing, kindly take your seats so we can save some time and round off in good time. We have quite a lot to unpack today. We have about 3 more plenary sessions to go, but like I already mentioned, we have one more before we go on a break. So we understand that you need to unwind, network, and of course, grab a bite. But please, can we return to our seats for just a few minutes so we can have a second plenary session? Ushers, please, kindly do the needful. Delegates from the Niger Delta, please take your seats. Thank you. During the break, we'll have time to chat and take photographs. This is a plea, just so we can round off in good time. And I would like those who take part in the second plenary session to please kindly step forward. Ushers, please help us get the room organized. I'm sure this microphone is as audible as possible. Please, let's take our seats. The chair of the second plenary session is Abubakar Suleiman, the CEO of Sterling Bank. If we have him in the room, we'll kindly like him to step forward, or his representative. The CEO of Sterling Bank, the representative, thank you. Would also like the panelists to come forward. The panelists for this second session, everyone please take your seats. We are not breaking yet. Board members of NDDC, please, would like you to take your seats. There'll be time for pictures much later. Thank you. All right, please take your seats. Take your seat. The panelist, Olasukwa Olusi, the CEO, Bank of Industry, if he's in the room or his representative, would like him to please step forward. Martin Fregene, Director of Agriculture, African Development Bank, if he's in the room or his representative, thank you very much. Please kindly come forward. Mohammed Abu Ibrahim, Executive Secretary, NADF, would also like you to step forward, or his representative. Mezu Unweneli, Managing Partner, Sahel Capital, would also like you to come up stage. Dr. Armstrong Ume Takang, CEO, Ministry of Finance Incorporated, please would like you to also step forward. I understand there will be a presentation to be done by Dele Ige, MD and CEO, PSC Asset Management Limited. Would also like you to step forward. Ushers, please, we're still in session. Help us get everyone seated. We have a panelist for the next session on stage. Let's pay attention. Let's be as quiet and organized as possible. All right, one more time. One more time. Let's please get seated and organized for this session. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. We can do better. Niger Delta people. Thank you very much. We'll have the presentation first, which will be done by Delege. I'm sure his slides are ready. Can we have that on the screen so he can make his presentation as briefly as possible? Thank you once again.
Media team, can you help with the slides? Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure being here, and I want to convey my respects to all the royal fathers who are here present, the governors, the executive committee, and the chairman of the NDDC. My name is Dele Ige, and I'm here to give a brief presentation which is entitled Mobilizing Finance, the Fund Architecture and Blended Finance Mechanisms. I would commence the presentation by giving the case for action, and I'll be very brief with this. The case for action is a paradox of the agricultural paradox of the Niger Delta, where you have competitive advantage in terms of favorable climate, strategic access to ports, but you have the challenge where agriculture has a very weak value chain. And that means agriculture is largely done on a subsistence basis. But the solution proffered for that is the creation of the Niger Delta Agriculture Investment and Development Fund. And the question would be, why an agricultural fund? Because first, it is mobilizing public and private investments through blended finance. And then it will support commercially viable agricultural projects. It will provide flexible financing in terms of equity, in terms of debt, in terms of guarantees, and in terms of technical assistance. It will help in recycling investment returns to ensure long-term sustainability, and it will crowd in private sector participation in the sector and reduce investment risks. Of course, you will ask why the NDDC needs to establish an agricultural fund. First, the NDDC itself has strong relationships within state governments in the Niger Delta region of Nigeria. It has established engagements with local communities. That is evidenced by the number of traditional rulers that are present here. It is experienced in managing multi-state development programs. It has existing institutional infrastructure capable of supporting program implementation, and has the ability to coordinate federal, state, development partner, and private sector investments. Now, the question is, why do we transit from the old model, which I will call traditional, to the new fund model? The first thing is the old model relies on grants, and you find that grants are seasonal. They can be silos kind of investment, whereas an investment fund will provide funding on a continuous basis. The old model deals with projects, just projects, whereas the new model would focus on the entire value chain from start of the process to the end. And then the old model relies on annual budgets. The government has to make a budget. If there is no provision for a budget, then there is no project to be done, whereas there is capital, permanent capital under a funding structure. And of course, there is under the new structure, there is a sharing of burden between government and the private sector, whereas the old model relies on government alone to provide all the required funding. Please move to the next slide that talks about the fund. The fund architecture has an LP capital stack, which relies on the senior layer, which is commercial limited partners, the mezzanine layer, which consists of DFI limited partners, and anchor layer, which is government limited partners, and of course, a contribution from the fund managers themselves. The investment strategy will have three sleeves. The first sleeve will be agricultural growth equity, which is to focus on certain segments, including cassava starch production, palm oil refining, aquaculture, cold chain, and agri-tech platforms. And the purpose is to provide expansion capital for midstream businesses, scaling production capacity and market access. The second sleeve will be structured agricultural debt, and the purpose is to bridge the financing gap for agricultural businesses with viable operations but limited access to capital. And the third sleeve will be agricultural credit enhancement facility, which will provide partial guarantees covering up to 50% in the event of default. And the purpose, again, is to crowd in private sector lending capacity and expand production. Please go to the next slide. The next slide talks about the advantages of blended finance mechanism. The first advantage is risk absorption, because there are different layers and there is first loss protection to the private sector investors in the fund. There's risk absorption, and then there is capital mobilization. It encourages private capital to come into the fund for the purpose of investing and developing the agricultural sector. And of course, it helps to create new markets. Next slide, please. What makes this fund unique? It is value chain focused. It's not just focused on projects, but focused on entire value chains. It is multi-sleeve in design. It has a mixed currency architecture. It uses GP, general partner co-investments, and it brings to board strong institutional governance and local market adaptation. Next slide. The three beneficiary layers would be the primary Niger Delta smallholder farmers, cooperatives, and aggregators. And the secondary will be midstream processors and agri-business operators. And finally, it will be systemic, with the Nigerian economy being the final beneficiary. Next slide. I think we should move to the next slide. Now, what effect will this have on the economy? Number one, you'll find that less than 10% of Nigeria's more than 60 million tons of annual cassava output is processed domestically, which means about 54 million tons of our cassava output has to be exported. All the rest is lost to subsistence. There is 1 million tons of crude oil produced annually, but exported as raw materials and re-imported as finished products, which means we're losing value to whatever the export market is and whatever the imports are coming from. Every year, about 3.5 trillion naira is lost to post-harvest spoilage. And in Nigeria, about 20 to 30% of our economy is based on agriculture, but only 5% of credit reaches that sector. If you please go to, I'm rounding up now, please go to the sector on Ask, the slide on Ask and Opportunity. Now, what we're simply asking here is for government, ministries, and departments to provide enabling environment through supportive policies, regulatory approvals, land access, and coordination across federal and state institutions to leverage existing government platforms, farmer databases, cooperatives, extension services, and intervention programs to identify beneficiaries and facilitate fund deployment. For development financial institutions, we're looking for structure and fund and the mobilization of capital through blended finance, guarantees, and concessional funding. And finally, for commercial financial institutions, the expansion of access to finance by co-financing projects and developing tailored lending solutions for farmers, agribusinesses, and agricultural SMEs. The private sector and agribusinesses should invest across the agricultural value chain through production, processing, logistics, storage, technology, and agro-industrial infrastructure. And finally, create sustainable markets by providing key offtake arrangements, technical expertise, and long-term commercial partnerships that strengthens value chains. Thank you very much. This is my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dele. Thank you for keeping that straight to the point. I know that a lot of people in the room are tired, but I also know you travel a long distance to listen to this panelist. So I'm going to plead with everyone at the back of the room to please kindly take a seat. We'll appreciate if we extend the respect that we showed the Vice President to the management of the NDDC who have gone a long way to put this together. Thank you. This panel is supposed to be focused on mobilizing and building a pipeline of investable agricultural opportunities. But specifically, the focus always starts with finance. I would like to reverse that and say, let us put a little bit more of our focus on investable opportunities. And the reason is that anyone who knows the Niger Delta knows that they have finance. The capital exists, and the NDDC is an institution that has demonstrated the ability to deploy a lot of capital. What we must help today, what the panelists would assist us to bring to the fore, is what it takes to bring out investable opportunities. That way we live here with something that we can build on. But very quickly, I will take a very short introduction. The challenge is a lot of representation, so you may not know some of the people here. I know that everyone here has the capacity to use up the 25 minutes that we have, so I am going to keep every conversation at no more than 2 minutes, so we go around. And so I'm going to start with Mr. Barrow right next to me. Please just do a quick introduction, and then I want you to choose one of two questions to answer. The first one is, what distinguishes a genuinely investable agricultural opportunity from one that appears attractive on slides? And the second question, and you choose one, the second question is, what would an investable, a credible investment-ready opportunity for investing in the Niger Delta agricultural ecosystem, what would it look like? What must it include? So think about the two questions. Take the one that best speaks to what is on your mind right now. And so please, a quick introduction, and then pick one or two. And every one of you would please follow suit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Barrow Osa. I'm here to represent the MD of Bank of Industry, Dr. Olashupo Olusi. He extends his regards, but unfortunately, because of government job, he's not able to make it today. I will take the first question. The first question speaks to genuine investable opportunities, agro opportunities in Niger Delta. I will say, first of all, Bank of Industry as an institution, we are focused on 6 major thematic areas. We are focused on value addition. And so what we do is agricultural processing and value addition. And we do that from 6 areas. We are looking at MSMEs, we're looking at youth and skills, we're looking at digital economy, we're looking at infrastructure, we're looking at economy, and of course looking at environment and issues of digital transformation. So for me, to address that challenge, first of all, you need to look at the strategic plan. To identify and invest opportunity in the Niger Delta area, there must be a strategic plan for investors. And so, for me as a banker, I'm interested in your business model. I'm interested in you providing to me a very good business plan that speaks to the market opportunities. Because whatever you produce, you must sell it. It speaks to competition analysis. It speaks to your management profile and your ability of management to actually turn around the fund or resources that be deployed to you in a way that the fund can be returned to those who have interest and invested in your enterprise.
So
these are the critical areas I must look at.
Does it matter if the opportunity is a first-timer, or must it be someone who has done it elsewhere?
It doesn't matter. The truth of the matter is that nobody is new. Even if it's a new business, you have an experience. You would have worked somewhere before, and you're bringing an experience to bear. So, for instance, you want to set up a cassava processing plant. You have some experience before coming to it. The business might be new, but the owners are not new.
Thank
so
you.
we can actually run it through.
Thank you. So to all the young men and women in the Niger Delta, it doesn't matter if you have done this before. With the right support, you can do it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. And good afternoon to us all. My name is Tebika Kari, and I work with African Development Bank. I am a Chief Agro-Industry Officer based here in Abuja, representing my director, Dr. Fregeni. I think I would share some thoughts more on the second question, but also related to the first question. I'm looking at investment-ready pipelines. So African Development Bank, we do have a private sector window as well as a public sector window. And both comes with different expectations. And for the public sector window, in countries like Nigeria, we have both national and then subnational. So we work with the states as well as with the federal. Now, what is important to us is that the investment which you are inviting us to support with is something that is in line or in sync with the national policies. So we have got the Renewed Hope agenda, for instance, for Nigeria, and then other strategies and plans and programs that goes with it, depending on the sector. And I think that what we are doing here with the national NDDC is typical of what would invite or would make it more attractive to the bank, especially in line with our new president's 4 cardinal points. A time will not give me to explain it, but the 4 cardinal points has got things that are looking at the financial architecture, and things like this really are going to help us to be able to work with the countries. Now, before we would be able to look at a project, we have to have a very good feasibility study, let me put it that way. So you have a feasibility study that is talking about the theory of change, what you really want to do, the outputs, and then the things that goes into that one, because that is what we would assess based on. But apart from the feasibility study, there are other considerations, other assessments that are made, the additionality that is bringing, for instance, we would want to see gender issues, we would want to see youth issues, we would want to see climate change issues, nutrition issues, and others.
So if I may, whatever product or project that comes to you, you first look at what is the national plan. In other words, what has the government committed to supporting, so that the chances of success is improved because it's aligned with what the government is supporting. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate. We will always want to see that we are contributing to the national development.
Okay.
And these national plans, we have also done some knowledge work together with the country to establish what we call our country strategy paper. So the country strategy paper already articulates some of the elements. And I think what I've heard here, agriculture, infrastructure, etc., are really in line with our current CSP, we call it, for Nigeria.
Thank you. Would you expect, and this is the final yes or no, would you expect the Niger Delta to also have a separate plan that is feeding from the national plan, or you are happy to work straight from the national plan?
Oh, definitely. I think that these speak to each other. So the Niger Delta Authority, based on the sector, because the national plans may be very broad.
Thank you.
They may be very broad. So it is further cascaded down within the context of the intervention area.
Thank you. I think you've given them their matching order. Feeding from the national plan, would expect to see a detailed plan of what the Niger Delta Development Commission will support. Thank you. And
good afternoon. My name is Hawa Ali, and I will be representing Sahel Capital today. So I will answer the first question as well, which is investable versus attractive on paper. So before I go into answering the question directly, I'd just like to talk just a little bit about Sahel Capital. So it's a Nigerian-born investment firm. It's a private equity company that puts money into food and agribusiness companies across Africa. So Sahel Capital manages many funds within Lagos, Abuja, and in Nairobi. And over the past decade, Sahel has raised approximately $123 million, which they have invested in approximately 45 different investments in 29 companies across Africa. So it's from multiple value chains, from rice in Anambra, from poultry in Kwara, and dairy in Kano, and even coffee in Uganda. So I'd like to say that Sahel has two types of money. The first is the equity fund, which buys into mid-sized businesses and helps them to grow. And the second is the credit fund, which lends to smaller businesses that probably aggregate from smallholder farmers. So to then answer your question, Sahel has also looked at multiple businesses, over 100 businesses, which they have to determine whether they're going to invest in or not. And just as an example, I would say if we've looked at 100, we've probably invested in about 8. So what makes the 8 different from the 100? So I'll just put it into 3 categories. So the first is that business already selling? We're not looking at whether you will sell or whether there's a projected sale. So we've invested in businesses that already have off-takers or are already selling to multiple people, that already have a market. So for example, the poultry business I was invested in, they already have people taking on their chickens, taking on their eggs. They have real everyday customers. So these are the things that we have to see before putting money in. So the second is also, can you account for the money? And in order to do that, your books have to be in order. You have to know where all the money coming in is going, where all the money coming out is going to. And that also ties to the organization or the business having good leadership. So you would need someone who can actually speak for that money as well. And then lastly, I would say, can the investor actually get their money back? So if Sahel, as an example, invested in a particular business, can we get the money back? So it still ties back to my first point as well, is when we're looking at this business and we want to have an exit strategy, we're not having the exit strategy at the end. Or if we say we're going to invest for 10 years, or we're going to be with the business for 10 years, it's not going to be at the 7th year. It's going to be at the beginning before we put everything together and before we actually enter into it, so that we know what that plan is. And it still ties back to the first 2 points of if there's a market for the business that is already existing, and if there's proper governance structures in place that would actually show transparency on money going in and money coming out.
No, thank you. I think you've highlighted 2 very important things here. For your fund, you're looking for people that have proven the concept and you're helping them to scale.
Yes.
And of course, you're looking at the people themselves to see if you can trust them. Is there anything else that you saw in the 100 opportunities that you reviewed that was a trigger for you that said, I don't want to do this?
So one thing that is very common is that people just map out the market for you. So businesses are very good at putting things on paper, projections, forecasts, without actual experience, without actual evidence. I know that the first speaker had mentioned that from his perspective, it doesn't matter if you haven't been in the business for long, but the structure is a bit different for Sahel Capital, being a private equity firm. It's not particularly structured to take on that level of risk, I would say.
Thank you. Thank you. Please let me pass it on.
Hello? Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Olaliko Alabi. I'm representing National Agricultural Development Fund. First and foremost, let me say I see a lot of synergy between the National Agricultural Development Fund and the Niger Delta Agricultural Development Fund as well. What do I see here? Basically, I must acknowledge the fact that the promoters are actually on the right track. We also have a similar fund, which we are actually working on currently at national level. Straight to the question, what do we see in a ready investable project when it comes to private investors and government-led? We want to see, first and foremost, a data-driven analysis that has been done. We want to see a proper de-risking method that has been put in place. We also want to see some level of impact, economic impact. We want to see some level of social impact. We want to see youth and women involvement. We also want to see a proper ESG goals that have actually been set up. Once all these are in place, with the necessary knowledge-driven promoters, obviously the government will be willing to support. As part of our major mandate, I must also acknowledge here is that we have the mandate to support every agricultural project with concessionary rate, unlike the normal funding you get in the capital market or foreign investors. We have the mandate to support, and I see a lot of synergy that will possibly be enhanced between my organization and the Niger Delta Agricultural Development Fund as well.
Thank you, Mr. Labi. Given the experience of the NADF and the fact that you sit in this lovely place between the private sector and the government, what would you advise as we set up this fund, and what would you say are the prerequisites, the primary requirements to make this fund a success?
Okay, thank you very much. What will I advise? First and foremost, to make the fund a success, majorly, one of the major things that every investors want to be sure of is returns, and for him to get that returns and be sure before he puts his money there must be a de-risking method. There must be technical know-how of what you're actually investing into. There must also be the opportunity for you to have a continuous research institute or a continuous innovation that continue to promote the business. Because one of the major challenges is your ability to outlive your current position. As long as these things are there, and investors will be willing, because most of these investors or capital we are trying to raise are long-term capital, most averagely to 5 to 10 years. And then for this sustainability to continue, there must be a clear cut to that.
Thank you. Before I let you go, you have this collaboration with Convergence, I believe, the Agribusiness Finance Lab, and you were able to create some blended finance solutions out of there. What can NDDF do to ensure that when we come out of this summit, the NDDC will be able to create similar solutions that can be deployed almost immediately?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Just like you made mention, sometimes last month, NDDF actually organized a workshop in collaboration with Convergence, where we actually invited the various stakeholders in the agricultural sectors, the likes of capital market players, fund managers, and others to probably come and let's have a roundtable discussion around the agriculture and make agriculture a much more bankable businesses. What I will be channeling to Niger Delta Agricultural Development Summit is first and foremost, the awareness is there. We've actually been able to sensitize the capital market of the fact that government and through NADF is willing to first do the first loss capital. Part of our mandate is that as government organization, we are willing to support any new project in terms of feasibility studies and then as to the level of a first loss capital. Beyond that itself, we are also willing to as well give concessionary funding beyond the fact that funds are actually raised out there with some a little bit higher rate, we as NADF will be willing to support in concessionary rate that will actually assist in the blending of the funds together. And we also have the catalytical role, which we also play in assisting with technical partners. We actually have a couple of technical partners that we have signed on, which were part of the people that actually were at the summit. So we'll be willing to support Niger Delta development.
Thank you. You prove my point that finance is not the problem. Investable opportunity is. And what I hear you say is that as we set up this this fund, there are people who have experiences that we cannot share fully on a panel. And so we must have a sit down with them and share this experience with them. Dr. Barrow, back to you. You are one of those that have done the most in terms of lending across the country. I'm sure there's almost no state that in some way you have not lent to in a Greek space. What can we take from that experience? And the second part of the question is that given that sometimes you've had to rely on guarantee to be able to lend effectively, what role do you see the NDDC play in ensuring that that kind of guarantee can be put in place, especially for startup opportunities that Sahel Capital may not be able to fund?
Okay, thank you for acknowledging what we've done in the country, a little contribution. First, let me say that Bank of Industry is present in the 9 NDDC states. So every state covered by NDDC has a Bank of Industry. And we also have a matching fund relationship with most of the state government. Okay? And our experience is that we are driving value chains, and so most of the products that are predominant in the Niger Delta, we've actually financed different businesses in that sector, from oil palm to rice to coconut to cassava. We have case studies of what has been done, how it worked effectively, and if there are challenges, we also know. So that experience, we bring it to bear in working with NDDC under this fund. And our national spread also gives us the advantage of actually engaging and having conversations on different product lines across those Niger Delta states.
Given your extensive experience with lending, especially to SMEs, what would it take for the BOI to provide support in terms of training, in terms of sharing your own framework and your own lending algorithm with the NDDC?
As a partner, we can actually collaborate and work together. It's critical that knowledge exchange must be actually exchanged in order to have value. And so we have the knowledge, we have the experience, we've been on it for a very long time, so we can share those experiences. And part of this fund we're putting in place, I want to recommend and advise, there must be a part that is set aside for training, joint project preparation, etc., so that I can provide capacity and knowledge for people who want to take that money, so that you are guaranteed that the money will actually flow back. Because from the summary that was given, they are looking at debt, they are looking at equity, they are looking at hybrid finance and guarantee schemes. Okay? So with that kind of structure, it's important that knowledge is exchanged quickly, so that I can have specialists in each of these, about 11 products that you have comparative advantage data. Each of those products must have knowledge exchange, so that it's easier for people to go into these areas. And of course, beyond production, processing is critical. Because when you produce and you don't process, they're going to have conservative losses. You're going to have inability not to sell beyond the Niger Delta area. Okay? You're going to have inability not to package and take advantage of the African free trade zone. You know? So all that has to be done. And that is why BOI will play a critical role in this arrangement.
Thank you. So I'm going to take it that the commitment includes the fact that you will share case studies, both the good and the bad, so that as they start, they don't repeat the mistakes that you have made, and the lessons that we've all learned is not lost.
That's fine.
Yes. And to AFDB, I know that you do the most catalytic and the most impactful large projects on the continent, and you tend primarily to either deal with very large institutions or with government. do you see a universe where you are able to deal with the Niger Delta in its own capacity, covering the entire states in which they operate? And what would it take for that kind of framework to be put in place?
So I think that the Niger Delta as a body has 9 states. And the structure of the Nigeria administration is such that we are able to work with the Ministry of Finance, that's the federal ministry, and the federal ministry can be able to also direct specific investments to specific areas. Aside that, the states also are able to approach the Ministry of Finance, for the Ministry of Finance to approach us to have projects that are state-specific. We have a number that are ongoing. We had the Plateau State Potato Value Chain. We had the Yobe State Environmental Project. So these are states, state borrowing. So I think that the way forward would be how the Ministry of Finance would want to position the Niger Delta in their acts from us. We normally go by that act because AFDB deals with the federal government, and the federal government will normally have a subsidiary loan agreement with the states, and they will deliberate on that.
No, thank you. One more question for you. AFDB is all over the continent. You have learned in environments that are similar to the Niger Delta, the wetlands. What would you say are the opportunities to learn from this? What are the innovation or the technology or the structure that has worked well in places that are similar or comparable to the Niger Delta? And what would you recommend that we take from here on that?
Okay, so I put this within the space of agriculture and agro-industry. The footprint of AFDB on the continent in the last 10 years, when it comes to agriculture, is very visible. And this was very intentional. More than 10 years ago, the bank did a study to look at the imperatives of the agriculture in the continent, and then we came out with our Feed Africa strategy, which became one of our flagship, one of our high fives. Now, we identified, for instance, productivity as one of the key challenges that we have. Our productivity wasn't competitive enough. Cereals, we are having less than about 1 ton per hectare in those ranges. So we try to look at initiatives that will be able to enhance productivity. Infrastructure and others were others, but I'll talk about the productivity one. Out of that one, we had an initiative that we called Technologies for Africa Agricultural Transformation, that is TATS. And what TATS did was that it worked with the CGIAR systems, the National Agricultural Research Institute, and others, and identified technologies that will be able to help us to enhance our productivity. And they have got various commodity compacts for wheat, for rice, for cassava, and others. And this is working. So anytime we are investing in a country, in the agricultural sector, we go both with our knowledge products and our financial products. And when we put it together, the countries, being a trusted partner, would want to use these technologies so that they would enhance their productivity. And there are quite a number of interventions that TAT has identified that would be able to help with the kind of ecologies that we have in the Niger Delta. For instance, rice has been mentioned as one of the key crops. The merit of technologies that goes with rice that are flood-tolerant rice varieties, etc. Cassava has been mentioned, cocoa has been mentioned, and others. So we stand at a good position to be able to support our investments with technologies that have been carefully selected through the best science, CGIAR systems, and the NARIS for us to be able to help with the productivity.
So if there was a request for AFDB to spend time with the NDDC and share some of this experience, I'm sure you would say yes on behalf of your institution.
In fact, we are not waiting for the request. We are already engaging with them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that deserves a round of applause. And however, this is the last direct question. I know that Sahel Capital has had some successes, and you've also had instances where the outcome is not exactly as you have envisaged. And everybody keeps going back to productivity, people keep going back to the ecosystem. From a private sector lens, what would you say is the one thing that is likely to predict that a business that you're about to invest in will not do well? And therefore, how do you encourage or how would you advise the fund to look out for those triggers?
Okay, so to answer the first part of your question, which is to how you'd know if a business will not do well. So it goes back to the responses I gave from the first question. Once a business already lacks structure, once it already lacks documentation, once it already lacks data that you cannot see, you cannot trace, you cannot audit, that is already an issue you're looking at. So you can already tell that, okay, this is not a business to invest in because those structures and those governance models that will be needed even in the long run for success will most definitely not be there unless they actually do take time to put those things in place. So to then say what will then be successful, if we're looking at it from the Niger Delta, I would say that it's important for the businesses within the Niger Delta to also tap into what the Niger Delta naturally offers. So we've spoken about all the resources that they have, cassava, which is already a staple Nigerian food. There's bananas, there's plantain, cocoyam. These are value chains that people will definitely tap into. When we then think about it as well, we also think that the Niger Delta also has a large youth population. So they can both serve as the people starting the businesses and the customers as well. So once we look at all the things within that naturally exist, we don't have, the Niger Delta will not wait for funding or for investors they wouldn't be the ones to go look for those investors. There'll be a queue of investors saying, oh, they want to be the ones to come in here to do that. Because once you then go out of what the land naturally already offers, it's going to bring questions.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what I hear you say is that the NDDC should spend sufficient amount of time to train all the entrepreneurs that are coming to the agro space so that they understand very deeply what will lead to success, not just for the sake of putting together presentation slides for investors, but for understanding how they build their actual business. My last question for you is, we are trying to build a pipeline. I mean, the best thing that can come out of this summit is a pipeline of deals that everyone will look at and say, I want to be part of that. What is it that, what size of deal and what kind of structure would it take for us to be able to build this pipeline that will be rich enough? And I hear you've talked about governance. I hear you've also talked about deals that already have a cash flow and a market. You've also talked about selling to the domestic market before expanding. But what size of deals and what kind of structure do you think we should be looking for to build this pipeline?
So I would say that it's not just one particular structure because there are different sizes of, and I'll speak from the businesses itself, there are different business sizes, there are different needs that they require. So if you look at it, so if I speak from Sahel's, let's say the equity fund, for example, it's a larger amount of money that is being invested into businesses, anywhere from $3 million and above. And that is businesses that are already running. For smaller businesses, which I would say are medium-sized businesses, it's anywhere from $300,000 and above, but their needs are different. Now, when you think of the smaller businesses as well, their needs might not be into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. It might actually just be business development support they need.
Correct.
It might just be that they need to mature past where they currently are. They need some hand-holding. They need maybe an organization or a firm that can sit with them and guide them all the way through.
Yeah.
But I would say that we can put them in different cadres to say that, okay, the medium-sized businesses who already have ABC are applicable for so and so an amount of money, then the larger sized businesses who already have
large fund. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Well, what I hear you say is that those who are looking for funding must first understand the type of fund that they need and who can provide it, so they don't spend time going after funding that is not appropriate or that does not deal in their size. This has been an excellent conversation. I think what we've all heard here is that you need well-governed institutions. We also have heard that productivity is critical. We've heard that you should try and start with your domestic market so that you can build out from there. We've also heard a lot about collaboration. I want to also make a call out to the NDDC that I have been a convener of an Agri Summit Africa for close to 10 years now. One of the things we do very well is to create deal rooms that support young people who are looking for funding. So if you do need support, a lot of support has been offered here, but Sterling Bank would also offer you support through our Greek Summit Africa, and if possible, at the next one, we'd like you to be on the sideline of it as well. It's clear to me that you have a lot of support. I see that we may no longer have time left, but I want to thank every one of you. I think you have been an excellent panel. You helped me chair the panel properly, and I didn't have to rush you too much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we should clap for the excellent panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abubakar Suleiman. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for them. Group photograph, please. We'd like the photographers to take position. Yes, that applause is appropriate, and it is well deserved. Group photograph. Let's capture this moment. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you. Thank you for the insightful conversation. Very engaging indeed. So many takeaways. And thank you, Sterling Bank, for your hand of partnership, which you have extended, through this platform. Thank you. Of course, please, could we return? Let's have the presenter join you for the picture. Very important. Doesn't want to be left out. Please, let's celebrate the presenter. Amazing stuff. Thank you. All right. All right, thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for them. Okay, I do not know if we have members of the National Assembly here, but I'm going to adopt something that they do at the National Assembly. If you want us to go on a break now, say aye. You don't want us to go on a break, say nay. The nays have it. All right, we'll go on a quick break. We'll have snacks just to refresh a bit, and we'll return in about 20 minutes. Please feel free to network, yes, interact, exchange that business card, very important. And yes, let's return back in the room in 20 minutes. Lunch will be served at the end of today's session. So what you're having now is just appetizer. Okay, so I expect you to return. So we'll have the last panel session. And of course, it will be time to go. We'll have delicious lunch from the villa, presidential villa. So please, we'd like you to return. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you.
making a difference, making a difference, you see.
His Excellency, His Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State, ably represented here by the Right Honorable Prince Acho,
us achieve this important result that we don't talk about enough. But I can tell you, if they were not financially compliant, if they didn't have proper management of funds, I don't think IFAD will continue to stand and with them, with the project. But because they have achieved this financial compliance, we are very proud to stand with you today to say that we are looking forward to extending and scaling up this program. So please, it's not easy to ensure compliance. We want some time to take shortcuts, but really, LifeND is not a project of that kind. Please join me in giving them a round of applause. Thanks so much for this financial discipline that is important for building trust with development agency, with government agency, with the states, with the people. Financial compliance is important to achieve value for money, and our youth especially deserve that we go the extra mile to ensure that every dollar, every naira invested serves the purpose for which it has been invested in this project. I want to echo that because I know for the youth, they really want to see that, and they are right to see more of it. Thank you so much for this, I want to say this really good performance of LifeND in financial compliance. I also want to take this opportunity to say how happy we have been and continue to be as we hear of the effective disbursement of the first contribution of NDDC to LifeND. We will not stop congratulating and commending the NDDC Managing Director and CEO for opening this new chapter, because it is this disbursement and the additional commitment made to support LifeND financially that opened the way to the expansion of LifeND activities in the 3 new states of Akwa Ibom, Imo, and Rivers. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We really appreciate, Managing Director and CEO, your determination. We have been coming to NDDC, we have been pleading, we have been advocating, and we know the 00 that you have seen on the PowerPoint presentation will soon be 1,000 and 1,000 and 1,000 of beneficiaries. Thank you so much. Really, you have opened a new area of hope for us and for the youth, for women, and we are really grateful. I want to say that as we think of our partnership going forward, we have talked a lot about the support of NDDC, and this support must continue. Where there is success, we need to work together to replicate this success. IFAD is committed to continuing this contribution, and IFAD would like to really seize this opportunity to call on the states also and on the federal government of Nigeria, to which we are very grateful, to continue to prioritize the payment of counterpart funding. The timely and appropriate payment of counterpart funding is key for accelerating and expanding the current successes of LifeND in the new states, but also to maintaining and scaling up the success of LifeND in the states that were initially covered. IFAD will continue the journey. As this journey gets even more exciting, we have really committed to working through Life ND and other initiatives funded by IFAD, such as the AgriHub project, which supports youth employment and which is implemented by IITA. We will want to say that as NDDC believes and works, we have heard already the speech talking about the public and private sector partnership. IFAD is also committed to that, and together we can make a greater difference in the livelihood of smallholder farmers. We can together promote sustainable agriculture, and together we can promote greater prosperity for the Niger Delta and Nigeria in general. I thank you for your kind attention, and would like to close by congratulating again NDDC, the state, the federal government, the business community, our youth, our women. Yes, let's go for it. Life ND in the 3 new states, a success that is already ringing in our ears. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State, here represented, the Country Director of IFAD, thank you for your partnership. The Executive Director of Project and Executive Director of Corporate Services of the NDDC, my dependable and wonderful state reps of the NDDC here present, directors of NDDC, staff of NDDC, and let me specially thank the director, the Executive Director of Project and the Director Agric and Fisheries of NDDC for being consistent on this partnership that has eventually brought us here today. Whatever we're seeing here today, just like what the country director of IFAD said, the 000 that you could see on the PowerPoint presentation from Akwa Ibom, Imo, and Rivers State was not because people from those states are not interested in subscribing to this Life ND and IFAD partnership. Largely, the fault is ours on the part of NDDC, because we were not initially committed to paying our own partnership. However, we in NDDC, we came up with a new approach of public-private partnership. The IFAD partnership between NDDC, the partnership between NDDC and IFAD actually predated our own administration as management and board. And when we came in, we realized that NDDC was on 000, which deprived the states of Abia, Imo, and Rivers from benefiting from this laudable project. But when we came in, we launched our public-private partnership scheme, which was largely attended when we had that launch on the 25th of April 2023, last year in Lagos. And we also had other meetings with development partners in Abuja and donor agencies where we're seeking for collaboration and partnership towards the development of the Niger Delta.
All right, thank you, everyone.
We only had one burden, and that burden was
Thank you, everyone. We'd like the protocol team to please help us get those outside to return to the room so we can just round off.
To meet up our
Media team,
obligation
please
to that
kindly
partnership. Why do we
reduce the volume on what is being played. Thank you. All right, protocol team and ushers, please help us get people back in the room. I understand that some of us had nothing to eat. I sincerely apologize. So the plan is to finish the last plenary session, take our closing remarks, and would have lunch served. As you can see, behind this room, the table is set already. It's just for the caterers to get the food on display so we can eat as much as we want. So rest assured, those who haven't eaten yet, who didn't have anything to bite or chew, you will be lavishly served during lunch. I have confidence standing here because I'm also from the Niger Delta. So I know they shake. I understand, but like I said, I apologize. So lunch will be served shortly, but I think it's important that we just wrap up so that when we eat, we can just relax, network properly, and then it will be time to go home. It's much better that way. Because if we have to wait now to have lunch, we'll spend like another hour and a half or almost 2. So what time would we be leaving here when we're rounding off? So we're just going to wrap up the session as fast as possible. It won't take much of your time. Like I said, it's just one plenary session. And then we'd have the closing remarks. That's all. It would not be right to close the ceremony without this plenary session. The panelists and the moderators have prepared for it. So please, protocol team, kindly help me. I can see you standing. Please help me get people outside the room to return to the room. Let's just wrap up this session. Quite unfortunate that some people had to go out while we were in, and then that led to the whole disruption. Sincere apologies, I must say. I hope we have the chair of the last plenary session ready. Professor Eniola Faburoso, the Country Director IDH, the presenter Cyril Ugu, as well as the panelists. Please, if they are available, we'd like them to please step forward so we can wrap up things in good time. So like I said, we have just this one plenary session.
Good afternoon. Yes. I think they're coming.
Are they aware?
Yeah. I've dragged 2 people.
Okay.
Along there coming.
Okay,
But if you can get this one there as quickly as possible.
I'll get it there, but I want them to be seated so that, we can just wrap some things. You see, there's a little bit.
Then tell me where to give it. Who to give it?
I
there.
will go and give them.
Okay.
I'm just saying that I want to announce that these panelists come up. So just sit.
Okay.
You are the presenter.
Yeah, sure. I'll do the presentation. Okay. It's a short one.
Okay. All right, we have our presenter already seated. Mr. Cyril Ugu is here. So we'd like the chair of the panel session, Professor Eniola Faburoso, Country Director at IDH, to please come forward. We'd also like the panelists, Idiare Gogo Ogan, Chairman, Niger Delta Chamber of Commerce, Manufacturing, Mines and Agriculture, to please also step forward. Abba Bello, Managing Director at Nexon Bank, or the representative, please. All the names I'm mentioning, if they are not here, if you are a representative, please come forward. His Royal Majesty, King Buburaye Dakolo, Chairman, Bayelsa State Council of Traditional Rulers. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes forward. Dr. Mrs. Ebenemi Ansa, Director, Aquaculture Regional Center and National President, Fisheries Society of Nigeria. Please, would also like you to step forward. All the panelists, if they are here present or their representatives, please step forward, as well as the chair of this session. This is the final session, so let's pay attention to the presenter now. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for yourselves, those of us in the room. Celebrate yourself. I'm not asking you to clap for anybody. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience. We do sincerely appreciate you deeply. Thank you once again.
She's going to, okay, all right. Okay. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I wouldn't know if we have Mr. Idaire Gogo Ogun in the house. You can please join us for this panel session. And Mr. Abba Bello, the Managing Director for Nexon Bank, if you are here. And also Dr. Mrs. Ebenemi Ansa, if you are here also, please. Kindly join us. Okay. Please, if you know them, if they are maybe outside, you can help us call them to come in. We are going to start with a presentation, which will have been nice if we have all the panel members to be seated before we go into the presentation. And I wouldn't know also if the media department, is the presentation ready? So I have with me Mr. Cyril Ugu, who is a seasoned agribusiness and sustainability leader in Nigeria, who has worked for over 40 years in agricultural value chain and smallholder inclusion, SME growth, sustainability, and also agricultural finance across West Africa. He was previously the regional coordinator for West Africa and country director for IDH Nigeria. He has also worked with Amajaro Holdings, Solidaridad, and Sokodevi, and he has built a very strong reputation for creating market-driven solutions that connect farmers, agribusiness investors, and development partners. So today is the managing director for Next Gen Agribusiness Consultant firm, and then he's recognized for his expertise in sustainable agribusiness transformation, private partnership, value chain development, and commercialization of strategic crops, particularly cassava, cocoa, oil palm, the grains, and he has worked across Nigeria and also wider West African region. So, Mr. Sirigu, you are welcome. This is not the right presentation. This is not the right presentation. So, yeah, you have the floor, sir. You're welcome. I think we have Mrs. Ebinimi answer here. You're welcome, ma.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, you have the
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. I wish to stand on existing protocols. And so my assignment this afternoon is to set the scene for discussion on the market demand strategy for the upcoming investment fund that we'll be discussing this morning. Sorry. Just give me 1 more minute for them to upload the presentation. It will become better.
Yeah,
That's
I think
right.
it's,
Okay.
that's it.
Yes. So my job here is just to discuss, to set the scene for discussion. We'll have a panel that will do the rating, the real discussion, but it's for me to just to explain, give an overview of what the discussion is going to be all about. So like I said, the topic is on demand side strategy for building a robust pipeline of investable agricultural projects under the Niger Delta Agricultural Development and Investment Fund. In other words, how do we make sure that will create the absorption capacity to take on the $500 million we are looking at? Next slide. Well, we all know there's a huge potential in the Niger Delta. It's like somebody said, it's like a country of its own with over 35 million people and a huge land size of over 7 million hectares, out of which just 40% is under cultivation. So we have 60% of the 40 million uncultivated. And then they are having one of the best climatic conditions for agricultural development in West Africa. Next slide. The tailwinds for business development in the sector, in the area, is equally very good. The market conditions across all the value chains we are looking at, which are 7, are quite good. Today, Nigeria is importing over 5 billion naira of food into the country. Food we can produce, meaning that we are actually exporting labor. The labor that should be absorbed here, we're importing labor from other countries. From figures we know, cocoa demand globally is rising at about 5% annually. Somebody said something about palm oil. Nigeria still imports palm oil. People may not know it. We still import palm oil into this country with all the potentials we have. And then we know the livestock sector is still underdeveloped. So these are market conditions that create opportunity for an investment of this nature. Next slide. Now, in terms of money, the investment opportunities, it is still huge. We still have a huge annual investment gap in the various commodities we are looking at, from plantain, aquaculture, cassava, livestock, palm oil, cocoa, and rice. And the Niger Delta has a fair share of those investment gaps, with palm oil going up to 70% of the gap. Because of the climatic and other conditions in the Niger Delta, we can do a lot more. We can close that gap by investing up to 70%. Then for aquaculture, about 55%. Of course, cocoa, we are comfortable because 2 of the greatest producers of cocoa in Nigeria, Cross River and Ondo, happen to be in the Niger Delta region. So the opportunities are there to invest. So if the money is there, where to put it is not a problem, because these are areas we can put in a lot of the money. Next slide. Now the strategies. why we are here to discuss. The strategy we want to adopt for this fund is to create pipeline first, then capital can follow. The traditional thing in many climes in West Africa, not only in Nigeria, is first of all, let's get the fund, and then where do we put it? But for this fund, no. We need to create the pipeline first. We have all the investable projects. They will be ready, so when the fund is coming in, then the absorption capacity will be there. We can kickstart immediately. Otherwise, you have situations where a fund is created, it takes 2 years to do all the due diligence before the first deal is closed. But in this case, we are looking at closing a deal within 1 year of setting up the fund, which hopefully we think will be this year. So by this time next year, we should be looking at bankable, closing the first deals on the project. So the wise thing is that do not raise the fund and then hunt for deals. Build the queue now, de-risk it early, and let capital move only into bankable projects. And to make sure, because not every project will go through the due diligence process, we are looking at creating a pipeline of triple the amount of the fund. In other words, build a pipeline across the nine states of the Niger Delta, 3 times the amount of the fund. That is $1.5 billion of investment proposals should be ready as quickly as possible, out of which the best $500 million worth will first be invested. So the due diligence for the states who are here, the Ministry of Agriculture, Investment, and whatever, is to know that the race is on to do as much as they can to develop their investment proposals. And then, like I said, we are targeting 1.5 billion, out of which 500 billion will be investable. Next slide. Now, this 1.5 billion is targeted at the 9 crops, 9 value chains we are looking at, which is cocoa, palm oil, aquaculture, livestock, cassava, rice, plantain as staple crops. And then we'll have the figures, the estimated. Of course, this is not cast in steel. It could change. Some other value chains could come in, but tentatively, this is the plan that is already in place, where it will crowd the $1.5 billion, out of which we now have 500 million for investment. Now, we are looking at, in planning, in getting this pipeline, there are guide rails. The investment, the fund has some guide rails on how to invest this project. So part of it is, one is, there's no single value chain that will take more than 30% of the 500 million of the investment fund. So each value chain out of the 7 or whichever new ones that are coming in will have less than 30%. No single financing instrument. There are many financing instruments. You have loan, you have grant, you have other things. None, we should take more than 40% of the fund. Now, somewhere we're looking at SMEs and the medium-scale industries. Some big ones will come in, definitely. But the idea is that no single, the large-scale investments of $20 million and above should not be more than 35% of the fund. So we are looking at 65 going to the medium and small-scale industries. No states within the region should have more than 25% of the fund. So no matter how active and how aggressive they are, of course, there should be some form of parity. So 25% maximum to a state. And no single investee, be it a cooperative or a company, should have more than 8% or $40 million for a single investee. Now, across board, the idea is that these projects, the fund is targeted to prioritize on women-led and youth-led enterprises. Women-led and youth-led today has been said that the youths are the leaders of tomorrow, and they are the people we are looking at to develop, to take over, to feed this nation coming from Niger Delta. So the challenge before us, the question we have now before us as we stay here is, how do we construct a pipeline of bankable commercial projects with smallholder inclusion that are women-led and youth-led, fast enough to embrace the fund when it arrives? So that's what we're here for. How do we construct a pipeline of bankable projects with smallholder? We say that 65% of the projects will be going to the smallholder companies, SMEs, and then the cooperatives. And we are giving preference to women and youth-led. So, but how do we create this pipeline and so fast enough that within the shortest possible time, when this fund will be available, they should hug themselves, and then we're still having projects on the ground. Thank you very much. That's what I have for that.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, thank you. Thank you for that very instructive presentation. Gentlemen and ladies, we are now talking about implementation of the fund, the investment fund that we are all here to launch. And I think this is about the most critical part of the discussion. And why is critical, and I want everybody's attention, is how do we ensure that this fund actually achieve the purpose for which it was established, which is agricultural investment in the Niger Delta, and as well ensuring that it targets smallholder farmers, young, the youth, and as well as women in the Niger Delta. So I have the presenter still here, and also our Royal Majesty, all the way from Bayelsa State, and the director from fisheries, that is the president for the Fishery Society of Nigeria. So, and you know, aquaculture is going to be one of the critical value chains in this fund. So I really want to have your attention as we ask questions from the panel. The main purpose is, how do we ensure that this fund benefit the smallholder farmers, the women and the youth? And how do we structure, just like Mr. Cyril ended that presentation, how do we ensure that we are able to develop bankable pipelines such that it can, be ready for investment? And looking at the various challenges in the Niger Delta, talking about market access, financing, land tenure issues, how do we ensure that we have, good plans in place so that as soon as the fund is put together, we can hit the ground running? So I have some general questions which I will ask my panel. Maybe peradventure we have Mr. Ababelu in the hall. You can please join us on the stage, or if you have Mr. Idare Gogo Ogon, also please join us on the stage. But to the panelists that are here, we are talking about smallholder farmers, women and youth being integrated into different supply chains that will benefit from this fund. So the key question is, from your experience, maybe I will start from Your Royal Majesty, sir. From your experience as leader in the communities in the Niger Delta, how do you think that this fund can actually ensure that we have smallholder farmers, women and youth? How can we make sure that they are well positioned as genuine economic participants, and that they will take real ownership and also opportunity in that investment pipeline? How do we ensure that this fund really serve the people that you are leading in the Niger Delta?
Thank you so much, moderator. The smallholder farmers, the youths and the women in the Niger Delta will have been pioneers if they had known better. which means that they have to actually know what to do, and so that they can participate and benefit from these funds. So massive, streamlined or purposeful education will be required for the youths and women and smallholder farmers to develop the know-how to have access to these funds. Anything other than this will not give the kind of results we are looking at. So the right type of education is required, which means they have to either be clustered and taught, they have to be educated about what to do, how to do it, and all of that. And once that is done, I can guarantee that the results will be excellent.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Cyril, I think you can take it from where the Royal Majesty stopped. From your wealth of experience building this kind of fund and also, linking them to structured market, supply chains. The Royal Majesty has said there is need for, campaign, capacity building, also the know-how, the technical know-how, so that the people that this fund is meant for are ready. So maybe you can also speak to how you think that can be effectively achieved.
Thank you, moderator. Following from what the Royal Majesty had just said, I think it's really important, because he's perfectly right. It's important that this is not a private capital fund. You have a private fund, is different. We heard somebody in the morning talking about the Sahel Capital. That's purely private investment fund. So they are very strict in how there must be returns that are measured differently. But for a fund like this that is development oriented, I believe there should be a technical assistance fund, a fund created within that fund to support the development of this skill set and knowledge, to help them, because everything is, for them to succeed, they really need to be, their capacity has to be built. They can't build it from the businesses. Otherwise, the businesses can never meet the threshold for investment. So there must be a TA, a technical assistance fund, as part of that. I think they mentioned some hubs and stuff like that. And this TA can come from state government. In their ministries or however, they have institutes that could just be the engine of development for entrepreneurs or businesses who can now tap into the investment fund to borrow. Because I know the fund itself will have stringent funding requirements, which ordinarily, without building the capacity of the youths and the women, they won't be able to meet the requirement. That is on that. Now, on how do you bring the people in? How do you make sure that the women benefit? For me, there are two pathways. One pathway is getting them integrated into the supply chain of the companies, either the SMEs or the medium or the large companies. What do I mean by that? You have this, what they call an outgrower scheme, where in a structured market, in a structured supply chain, the companies have to work with these smallholder farmers, build their capacity, give them what is required, and they guarantee them offtake of their products. Somebody alluded to it in the morning during the previous session, where you have an offtaker giving support, both training, telling the suppliers or the producers what exactly they need, the way they need it, the measure, the size, and when they need those products. And then give them, in some cases, inputs, give them some maybe seed capital to start, but the most importantly, guarantee offtake of all they produce at an agreed price. So that's one way you can draw in a lot more people, smallholder in the villages, in the hamlets, into the supply chain of these big companies, and then they can benefit directly from the fund being given to those companies.
Thank you.
The second pathway is through cooperative development. Again, cooperative, as we know today, will not serve our purpose. You have a situation where the state government says, we want to give inputs to farmers, they'll inform cooperatives. And people will just come together, write their names, go get inputs. If the input doesn't come, they disband. Even if the input comes, that's the end of it. Now, I'm talking about a deliberate effort to develop cooperative movement in the Niger Delta. Get the youth, get the women, get the men, get people to come together in small groupings as cooperative. And now, I would recommend that the fund could still have a TA to support cooperative development, because this vehicle has been recorded as one of the greatest successful instruments of community development for the unempowered people. So cooperative movement from the grassroots, bottom up, not up down, bottom up, train them on the basics. There's expertise on that in the country that is not being utilized. And then secondly, integrating them into the supply chain of companies. These two will draw in all the vulnerable people in the Niger Delta into this commercial visa we're talking about.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
You have really established two critical pathways, and I believe that is very, very important. And I'm hoping that the people that need to hear are here to really see how this fund can actually serve the people, because I believe the intention here is good, but the processing, the operation, the implementation can actually, be challenging. And thank you, Your Royal Majesty, for opening up that way, that we need to, first of all, let them know, educate them, build their capacity. And Mr. Cyril is saying how that can be done is have a TA facility within the fund that goes to support that capacity building, and also ensure that there is massive development of cooperatives. I will come to Dr. Mrs. Ansah. As a woman, I believe now from the point of women involvement in different value chains, still talking generally and maybe taking it from these 2 points that is on the floor. How do you think women can take ownership of these and integrating them into benefiting from this fund? Do you agree with Mr. Siri, or you have a point to add, or you disagree? Maybe it doesn't work that way.
Thank you very much. So I agree with my king and Mr. Cyril regarding what they've mentioned, but in the process of capacity building, it's relevant that we seek out the indigenous knowledge of our people. Because many things we know in science today, you go back to the village and they've already been doing it centuries before now. So we shouldn't overlook such opportunities when we do this capacity building. There must be a participatory aspect of it. The people who are doing the training as the trainers should not just feel they have every knowledge. Knowledge is not, it's not for one side. Even the learner has also learned some things from parents, from grandparents, from the environment where they live and work. And that is very important for us in the Niger Delta region, because we have technologies. We may not call them advanced, but we have techniques, let me use that milder word, that have worked. How can we harness them? How can the women continue doing what they are doing, but in a more modern way? So we shouldn't discard the old because we want to embrace the new. I'll give you an example. There's these fishing traps our women use in harvesting prawns from the river. Okay, it's made with cane. They weave it and they use it. But you find out that annually, they have to go back to buy, because those canes have a short lifespan of 1 year. And by the time some of these women go back to buy at the beginning of another harvest season, they find out that the price has gone up so much And instead of buying 100 traps as they would have bought before, they end up buying 20 or 50. So production is going down. So these are the ways we can support them by finding out what they already do rather than imposing on them what we want them to do. So there must be that synergy of knowing what the people want, first and foremost, and then also aligning them with what will bring profit, with what will help them to grow or expand their business. So if they are no longer catching the prawns or the shrimps from the river as they used to do previously, can we now say, okay, we have another method. You can raise them in a pond in your backyard, for instance. You can feed them so that you determine when you will do the harvest, not the season. So we have to incorporate whatever the women are doing already because they are doing a lot. Most of what we eat in Nigeria today, 74% of the fish comes from the small holder farmers and fishermen. And we cannot overlook what they have learned. We can only help them improve on it. So capacity building is good, but the people who want to train also have something original, let me put it that way, something indigenous to offer. So another way the women
maybe
can...
you can
okay.
Let's...
all right.
Maybe in the next round of question, you can say more. I think you've corroborated also what the Royal Majesty and Mr. Siri said, and that is the aspect of inclusivity, modernizing local knowledge, and also ensuring that we are starting from where the people are. Mr. Siri, you said the cooperative system, is really bottom-up, not top-bottom. If this is development-centered, I mean, this fund is not a private fund, it's development-centered, it needs to actually look at the pain point of the people and, ensure that it builds around it. Mr. Idere, sir, you're welcome, sir. I believe you have joined the conversation. You're already into the conversation. So as your current operation in the Chambers of Commerce in Niger Delta, I could see in your profile as the chairman of the Niger Delta Commerce. Am I right, sir?
Well, my chairman is unavoidably absent.
Okay.
But I'm Dr. Solomon Adabiri, the board secretary. So
okay.
I'm sitting in for him.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
And I believe one of the key focus of your chamber is actually to promote, business and also entrepreneurship among, women, youth, also involving agriculture and other sector. Also trying to promote exports, ensuring market access, and then quite a lot of opportunities that trade and business could bring. So on the floor, you have met the conversation in terms of how this fund can actually be integrated and serve the people that are meant for. And we've started from two pathways: the TA, that's the technical assistance, and also the cooperative. So maybe as your opening, maybe you can just give us how your chamber in the Niger Delta can actually take these two pathways and also the local knowledge, transform it to modernized knowledge, and create business opportunities out of it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Again, apologies from my chairman. He's unavoidably absent due to medical issues. Good afternoon, MD, other members of the board of NDDC, ladies and gentlemen. The summit holding today is actually like a gap filling for what the Chambers has been doing. The Chambers is a subject of the NDDC. It's been promoted by NDDC. It's actually something innovated by the MD. And the idea is to promote business within the region. And so, in the last 12, 13 months we were inaugurated, we have registered well over 7,000 members within the region. But what have we done? We've classified our membership as we speak now. We have a group that are single people that are single that we are dealing with and opening their business. We have the cooperative associations. We have the associations, the Farmers Association, Market Women Association. We have those associations. We have the MSMEs. We also have that in the system. So now we have classified all these, and over the last 8 months, we have actually worked with these people, almost 4,000 people, investing in their businesses. So we understand what is going on, and we've been able to use this activity to understand the challenges that exist. I mean, technology is an issue, funding is an issue, and at the end of the day, we said, what do we do, and how can we ameliorate this problem? The money cannot be enough. There will be need for external intervention. But we're able to get to the farmers individually. We're able to get to the Farmers Association. We're able to get to the cooperative societies. And we're able to get also to the small-scale businesses. Now, what we're providing for them right now is training on the zero-waste formula. I'm sure you were all here when Origin made his presentation. Origin Tech Group. Yeah. Fantastic. Now, we are a major partner to Origin Tech Group in developing the hub and the logistics system. And that hub, the main philosophy behind that hub is zero waste and lower cost of food. So, and that is speaking to the simple fact that you get to the farm, put them in cluster. When they finish, move them to the aggregation center, and then move them from there to the hub, from the hub to the middle-level market, and then to the stomach. But these people won't be able to do this without the adequate training, adequate support. And a lot of them have financial issues. So the formula we are creating, the strategy we are creating is, look, you are 1,000 people in this cluster, let's say 100 people in this cluster. You're going to farm in maize, in melon, and tomato, whatever it is. Okay, it's going to cost 10 naira for you to do the farm. We are looking at ways to support them in providing that 10 naira. And then they have guaranteed off-take effect. And we have taken from you at the end of the day at 14 naira. So we take our 10 naira back, and you have your 4 naira profit. But it's a process of guide. You've got to guide them through. So it's a process of continuous lecturing. But this is a system where from farm to the aggregation center to the hub. We're also working with the Nigerian Export Promotion Council right now to institute a very extensive training on our people so they will understand exportable materials. Which crops can we export? Like the materials they use in making spices is much in vogue. So you can export it. The ginger, the garlic, mentioned them. Okay. So how do we develop these crops? Okay. Oh, we have this, Bayelsa have very good soil for it, Akwa Ibom, Edo, all that. But they need the resources. It's okay, fine. We'll lead you to where the resources are. If we don't have, the fund we have is limited. We'll disburse to help people that are already in the market, they're working. But we'll lead you to it and guide you through it. Okay. So it's important that we build serious capacity in these categories of people. Okay. Individuals who wants to go to just farm a little on his own, a little bit above subsistence farming. He can also sell to buy other things he doesn't know. Then the group, the SMEs, the cooperatives, and all that. And you know, Fadama is an association. They are doing very well right now. Yeah. So that's the strategy we have, and that's what we are looking at.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. I'll come back to you immediately after now, because the question I wanted to ask you, you've started answering some of them. But I want to quickly go back to Mr. Cyril, and I'll be combining two questions.
That's fine.
Of which you now, sorry, you will now take it up. Sorry, I didn't get your name. Mr. Cyril, you have mentioned two pathways, TA funding and also cooperative development. Also, you mentioned the need to integrate, the women and the farmers into structured supply chain, maybe like kind of an outgrower scheme. I want to see, maybe you want to elaborate a little bit more on that, because we are looking at what are those bankable pathways through which these smallholder farmers can actually benefit. But I now want you to advance that discussion to what you think the agribusiness, because now we are looking at the smallholder farmer side, but they are going to be integrated into agribusinesses. So what do you think those agribusinesses actually also need to have in place? Because as you know, yes, this is going to be development funding, but it's still going to be stringent. It must be stringent. Do we have agribusinesses in the Niger Delta that could meet, the quality, that the requirements? Maybe we don't know, or maybe also we know. But what do you think the agribusinesses, especially some of them that could be here, should be preparing while we are working on training capacity building for the smallholder farmers to be integrated into their supply chain? What should also, as companies, organizations, private sector, could be putting in place ahead of this funding?
So quickly,
let me start with Mr. Siri, then I'll come to you. So you take it from wherever I stop to share your experience from the chambers.
Okay. There are many things in your question. There are so many aspects to it. But for me, as a development practitioner for several years in different countries, I think the fund should be intentional on making sure that the SMEs, because the SMEs don't have the capacity themselves, if I know them, so the fund should be able to create a kind of a network that will bring the SMEs in contact with the big players, the big off-takers, who will be pulling them up. The SMEs in the hinterlands wouldn't know the requirement of Nestle. Nestle need a large quantity of maize. They need cassava flour. They need all kinds of things. But the SME in Warri cannot know what Nestle wants, so they can't supply. But if the fund creates, by its intervention, a kind of a platform or a networking situation where these whole players can interact, the big the off-takers, the medium scale, the SMEs, and possibly the farmer associations, where they interact and exchange ideas on their requirements, and then the conditions. That could help. In terms of the farmers themselves, of course, they need knowledge, they need skill development, but they cannot act until they know the requirements of the off-taker. So the starting point is what the market requires, and that is coming from the big players who need these commodities in the quantity, quality, and time they need them. So again, that's a place the fund can play a role to support that activity. I'm not talking about what's required about financing and what have you. Of course, we know that one. They can't operate. But if it's well structured and properly integrated, even this problem of financing can be reduced. It could be the off-taker that will be seeking the fund from either the banks or the investment fund to fund the smallholders. Because if you have a smallholder that you are working with, you are training, and then relating with, you can give some money upfront. You can supply them some of the inputs. You can even give them some seed capital or some little money to operate, like the last speaker said. Then it will be taken off, offset when they are supplying the commodities. So, but it has to be properly structured, and a lot of work has to be done. And I still believe that if the fund is properly, if they know what to do and do it correctly, this could have a really transformative effect on the Niger Delta, because this is a development fund that can really go deep down and solve the critical problems of the smallholder farmers and SMEs in the region.
Thank you very much. Doctor, I'm very sorry, I didn't get your name, sir. Solomon. So I'm coming back to you now to pick it from what he said. A kind of a networking opportunity for the big players to interact with the small players, agribusinesses now, so that what the market end requires, the small players who are going to work directly with smallholder farmers and the women and youth in the community already know those quality requirements, knows those, market requirements. How is this playing out in your work in the chamber? Just to give us experience, and then and possibly what you have also seen that those agribusinesses in the Niger Delta need most, in line with what Mr. Siri also said.
Okay, thank you very much.
Please try to make it short, sir.
Yeah, I will try. Currently, we are undergoing a research program on artisanal farmers, especially fish and palm oil. Now, this research has taken us to a couple of villages, localities. And if you've ever been to the Niger Delta region, maybe across Imo, rivers, Delta, you will see a lot of these artisanal refineries for palm oil. Very crude way of producing the palm oil. So what have we done? Because we've seen the market in it, in our forthcoming summit, we have declared a 2-day roundtable for the establishment of palm oil refinery. So that's a huge area for investors. We can aggregate the artisanal farmers that are producing palm fruits. We can aggregate the fish farmers that are producing, going to the sea, bring a canoe load of, maybe a basket load of fish and bring it out, try to dry it and put it together. So these are areas we need to go to this blue economy, this fishing in a very large way. It's open for investors, and it is something that will spin money. I mean, the return on investment will be very, very high. So, but again, the other areas we can quickly go into is the cassava farming. Cassava has a lot, just like the palm fruits. Palm fruits, you can get palm oil, you can get pomade, you can get a lot of things from palm fruits. So is cassava. You can get starch, you can get so many other things from cassava. And the Niger Delta is very rich in these products. So what I would say, from the Chamber's point of view, from the research we are currently carrying out, we believe the opportunities in this area is very, very wide. And I'd like to encourage investors to come talk with us and see how they can tap into this opportunity that is existing, and the result will be very fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. I will be summarizing very soon. I think I'm going to almost the last round of questions, and Your Majesty, I will be coming to you now. We know, that land is an issue when it comes to establishing businesses, and also especially for women and young people. And in your role, sir, as a traditional ruler, it would be nice to hear, sir, how you think you can play this role more, or what you're already doing to ensuring that the young women and the youth that wants to go into different agribusinesses have access to land, from where you sit, sir.
Thank you so much. I will want to draw our attention backwards a bit, because in the two-way pathway that is suggested, which will help with training the farmers and getting them ready for this business, we are seeming to emphasize on the small players and big players, but leaving out those who may fall into the category of no players, those who are not yet farmers. How do we get them to get interested in farming so that they can also benefit from this funds we're talking about? Now, for the community person, land will always be given to those who want to have it if their business plan or whatever is viable. Which means if you come to me and tell me that, look, you need 20 hectares, and if you do this and do that and do that, it will lead to $100 billion, for instance, I will definitely jump at it. So it is about the model and what are you showing? What is it that you are bringing to the community to show that if you are given this parcel of land, there will be this outcome that will be favorable to everyone around. So essentially, it has to do with how much of what you want to do that you know. So if you know it and you present it well, you definitely will have, won't have a problem. Whether you're a youth or a woman, it doesn't matter. It is a matter of convincing or showing that you know what you want to do.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. You are talking about value proposition for anyone that is coming to take land in the communities.
Let me just add on land, because land is very pricey, okay, very valuable. Some persons have come in the pretext of wanting land for farm, and before you know it, they are selling it. Yes. Yeah, so people have been deceived a lot of times.
Yes.
So every community person, every chief, every king wants to do some due diligence. So when you are coming, you should show clearly that you are coming for what you are coming for and not coming as a deception.
Yeah, I think that's very important. Thank you. Madam, I'm coming to you now before I will ask each one of us to maybe make a kind of concluding statement. And my question is that where do you see the greatest opportunities to be able to strengthen participation of women so that they can benefit from this funding? Where do you see the greatest opportunity currently that women can really participate in agri investment?
Okay, thank you very much. So women are known naturally to be processors of products, different products. So when you look at the agricultural value chain, the fisheries value chain, you find the biggest players are women. Let me go to fish because that's my passion. So 90% of fish processors in the Niger Delta region are women. So even when the fishermen go to sea and they bring the catch, it's the women that take it, clean it up, dry it in our traditional kilns, and then also market it. So they do the processing, they also do the marketing. Even in aquaculture, more men are into production, while more women are into processing. But there are some other areas where there is an overlap. But I know that when it comes to skills, look at the garri frying industry, for instance, or the fufu production industry with cassava. More women are involved in the processing. And I can go on and on. So it is something that comes naturally with them. And we should also look at it, how we can make it less cumbersome for them to do these activities. Provide modern technologies that will help them produce hygienic products. You talked about exporting. So we must meet the standards that would require our products to be seen on shelves in African markets, in Europe, the US, and all over the world. So these restrictions are there now, and it still goes back again to the education. Our women need to be educated. You go to the fishing ports, sometimes they cannot even tell you their phone numbers because they are not familiar with the counting in English. You know, so we have to go back to the basics. Apart from training them in the skills that they need, we need to also give them some level of literacy. It's lacking in many of our coastal communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I want to actually request the audience to please give the panel a round of applause for how far they have done. But before we close, I would like to take a last round of questions. Not really questions, but in terms of your, will I say, an advice to the, NDDC or to the managers of the fund. What will be, because now it's about how to really make sure this fund is duly utilized and it serves the purpose. So I should start with you. You've already put on your mic. So what would be one key advice or recommendation that you would give, and which, when you meet any one of them, you will say, I told you this. So, and you'll be proud to see it when they do it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that the strategy I have seen today being discussed is really going to help. The strategy of making sure that we have the pipeline before the capital arrives is a fantastic, is a winner. But for the fund to succeed, what I would advise the NDDC and all those around this is to try as much as possible to shield it from political interference. Let it be structured purely as a commercial venture owned by the region without political interference. Once the TA aspect is taken care of, which could come in form of grants, the other one should be purely commercial. And then if this is done, I think in the next 10 years, we'll be coming back in our review to say this is a fantastic opener for other regions in the country.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The point is noted. Let me not repeat it. Okay. Your Royal Majesty, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. What I will say is that for this to be a big success, we have to make agriculture attractive to young people out there so that there will be more persons coming into the agro business. Right now, it doesn't quite seem so. So there have to be books that will educate. There have to be videos that will make it attractive. So if they have options, they will prefer to choose agriculture instead of something else.
Thank you very much, sir. Madam.
Thank you, sir. So I want to suggest that the NDDC should look at already existing models that have been successful, like the Life ND IFAD project, the Vibes project of NLNG. These models have worked in the region and are still working. Let us learn from them and see how we can set up our own unique model for these funds. Another thing we have to look deeply and inwards is to identify mentors that will mentor the people, the small-scale farmers, the women, the youth, who are going to take on these funds. Because you want to transfer knowledge, not just by bringing them for 2 weeks training and you let them go for a production that will last 6 months to 1 year. So we need mentorship that will carry them along. Google has a popular saying on their Google Scholar page, and it says, standing on the shoulders of giants. So they will see better when they have mentors that can pull them through the entire production cycle and make sure they achieve. We can also do pitching, requests for proposals for those who can in that category. But for the small-scale farmers who may not be able to do pitching, they can just tell verbally to a set of or a panel of judges what they want to do in whatever language they are comfortable in. So we must make it accessible to everyone who is willing to do the farming, who is willing to do the processing, who is willing to do the marketing across the entire value chain of all these commodities we have decided to produce in the Niger Delta region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Over to you, sir.
Solomon,
Dr. Solomon.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I think we are already doing something that is similar. And we are duty-bound to ensure that NDDC succeeds in the venture. Simply because this is one of the major reasons they decided to set up a Chambers of Commerce, to provide business advice, business development, and all that. We have just finished managing, we're still managing it anyway, disbursing about 5 billion naira to over 3,000 people. The process we took is a learning curve for even this group. Whatever group is set up to manage this investment that will come, the process we took to get here will provide a very viable learning curve for us to take. For instance, we had a procedure of profiling the beneficiaries. And like someone said, what about the individuals? Like I said earlier, we had people who fall into the nano group that you give less than 500,000 to. We look at your business, we see what you're doing, we profile it, and we get to your base, the lowest level. Because when we're being set up, MD did say, you must get to the lowest of the lowest. So we have to go down. Then you have the micro group. Then you have the small scale group. And then we're stopping at the medium group. We're not going higher. But even the medium, there are very few that we are dealing with, because we realize that the people that will really make the economy tick in the Niger Delta area are those that come between the nano and the small scale group. So we have the experience. And this is an NDDC project. So whoever is set up to manage this fund should come talk to us. Don't forget, we have profiled over 4,000 people, and over 3,000 of these people have benefited from this program, from the project. And they are paying back. It's not free. And we are monitoring them.
Thank you.
Right? So we are available, we are here. We'll put our experience behind the project, and I'm very convinced it will be more successful. And secondly, before I go off, there are these research we have done, which shows the viable areas that people can easily invest in, and not the 10 million, 5 million, 20 million, huge investment, which capital will enable over 500 to 1,000 jobs in each operation. So that is why we are there. And so the Chamber of Commerce will be willing, and is always willing, to provide the support and the necessary guidance they will require to deal with the Niger Delta entrepreneurs. And we know they fall in, whether farmers, fishermen, market traders, commerce people, exporters, importers. We have all of them in our system, and we'll provide the experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. These are very important points, and really, really instructive to ensuring that this fund is implemented in such a way that it will benefit the people of Niger Delta, and it will create a transformative impact for the entire Niger Delta, especially the agricultural sector. You have actually mentioned quite a lot, starting from the pathway that Mr. Siri established, also from his presentation, mentioning also the different pathways, and also how he believes this fund will be duly, utilized in terms of the value chains, the state. More or less, I think he's established the conditions and, suggesting them, putting them to the managers of the fund and to NDDC on how this fund should be properly managed. And what we have discussed now is also how this will benefit the local communities, the smallholder farmers, the women and the youth, such that we can see that transformative impact in the Niger Delta. Three things I will quickly mention that was common in all that we said is there is need for investment readiness in terms of training and capacity building, so that when the investment is there, it's not just going to be there without people and businesses that can actually take over. Also talking about segregation, ensuring that we look at the different categories. Now I've heard that, yes, agribusinesses are there, the large, the medium, but now the small, you call them nano. The nano, they are there. So there is need for that segregation, and everyone has a role to play. And also the need to, develop knowledge products and also modernize existing technologies so that this can actually serve the people. I think we've had very beautiful conversation, and I want to thank you for your time and for this beautiful experience. Thank you very much. Please, can you give the panel a round of applause? Thank you, sirs.
That applause is in order. Thank you very much. Please, group photograph as they step down. Please, another round of applause for the panelists. They have indeed done justice to the topic. And I must say that I have learned so much and so much to take away from this particular panel session. Demand-side considerations, smallholder farmers, women and youth in the pipeline. Photographers, are we ready to take photograph? All right. I guess we could just, maybe one of the assistants could just use his or her phone. Okay, we have the photographers coming. I'm wondering where the photographers went to. Amazing stuff. Talking about agriculture, anywhere there's food, things can happen. Thank you very much once again to the panelists. Thank you. Very insightful. All right, please, another round of applause for them as they step down. Thank you very much. It's now time to go. Yes, we are almost done for today on this particular summit. But of course, we cannot leave without the closing remarks. And that will be delivered by Sir Victor Antai, PhD, Executive Director, Projects, Niger Delta Development Commission. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes forward for the closing remarks, which of course signals the end of this event. Thank you, everyone, for remaining with us. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for engaging meaningfully.
Good afternoon, all. The Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Niger Delta Development Commission, Dr. Samuel Oboku, my colleagues in the executive management, directors of NDDC, and representatives of state governments that are here present, the traditional rulers here present, ladies and gentlemen. As we draw this historic summit to a close, it is important to reflect not only on what has been discussed, but what has been accomplished. Today, we have moved beyond conversations about the agricultural potentials of the Niger Delta region. We have agreed on practical steps to unlock the potentials through investment, partnership, and coordinated action. Over the course of today's program, we have also examined the opportunities across the region's agricultural value chains, engaged development partners, financial institutions, and private investors, launched the fund, inaugurated the council, and adopted a shared framework for mobilizing investment into bankable agricultural projects across our 9 mandate states. Just as importantly, we have reaffirmed a common understanding that sustainable development will require more than funding. It will require strong institutions, credible projects, effective partnerships, and a collective commitment to its implementation. The discussions held today have produced clear recommendations and commitments. Those commitments must now be translated into measurable actions. The timelines agreed upon during this summit should guide as the work going forward. And every institution represented has a role to play in ensuring that today's resolutions become tomorrow's results. For the Niger Delta Development Commission, today's event is not the end of an engagement. It is the beginning of a long-term responsibility. As the Secretariat of the Niger Delta Agricultural Development and Investment Council, the Commission will work closely with the Office of the Vice President and the governors of the 9 mandate states, development partners, financial institutions, and the private sector to coordinate implementation, monitor progress, and sustain the momentum generated here today. The true success of this summit will not be measured by today's speeches or ceremonies. It will be measured by the investments mobilized, the enterprises established, the jobs created, the farmers empowered, and the lasting improvements in the lives of the people of the Niger Delta region. On behalf of the Niger Delta Development Commission, I sincerely thank His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the President of the Senate, our distinguished guests, development partners, investors, members of the diplomatic corps, the private sector, the media, and every participant whose presence and contributions have made this summit a success. Together, we have laid a strong foundation. Let us now work together to deliver on the promise we have made to the people of the Niger Delta region. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless the NDDC. Unto the Lord be all the glory. Thank you.
What a way to end the event. Thank you so much, Sir Victor Antai, PhD. To God be all the glory, like he has said. So maybe we should call for offering next. But of course, it's time to go. Thank you so much, everyone, for being a part of it. This historic summit. Thank you for your invaluable participation and commitment to transforming the Niger Delta through agriculture and investment. We wish you safe travels and, of course, looking forward to more conversations. I mean, like Dr. Antai said, the conversation continues and we want to see action beyond the talk. Thank you once again. God bless you. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. May we please rise for the national anthem. I quickly want to appreciate the National Council of Women's Societies. You have been here all day. Thank you so much for your participation. And of course, Grace Titi Fredson from NIWAB. Thank you. Thank you once again. God bless you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Have a good night.